Chapter 957. Chapter 957. Single Miguel stood in silence. After a while, he became certain. This shadowy figure was likely not a plot set by Gradier. But this scheme was so great that it still didn't matter. What the truth was irrelevant. All that mattered was what the optics were, and only by dealing with them could his Luxnix family come out unscathed. Still, this was quite interesting, though. Miguel didn't pay much attention to the outside world because there was no one of the younger generation even worthy of his effort. In fact, he felt that every second he spent in a six-dimensional world was another greater waste of his time. That said, as the heir of the Luxnix family, there were still some things he had to know, namely who the heirs of the other families were and what strength they had. This was all to say that an existence like Aina wasn't one he had heard of before. It was even more surprising that he would feel a slight pressure from someone who was merely a Tier 3 existence. Of course, he didn't feel that there was any real threat of losing, but it was surprising nonetheless. The Viola family shouldn't have such a genius on their side. And, even if they somehow did, sending this person on such a dangerous mission was impossible. The only explanation was that this person wasn't a member of their bloodline lineage. This meant that this girl wasn't some hidden trump card of the Viola family, but more likely to be a Vessel candidate, or the offspring of Vessel. Reaching this conclusion, Miguel stretched out a single finger, his other arm clasped behind his back. Seemingly without warning or build-up, Aina's pupils constricted. A beam of light had already appeared just a foot from her face, leaving her almost no time to react. Visit. For the best experience leaning backward, she shot one of her twin swords upward, her wrist going numb as the light rebounded away, leaving an exceptionally smooth hole in the bark of a tree. Miguel didn't say a word. He stood in the depths of the forest with a halo hanging around him. He looked like a spirit floating amidst the darkness, his outstretched finger releasing strength that could wipe out an entire city with ease. Each beam was highly concentrated, sending Aina onto her back foot almost instantly. In just 3 attacks, Aina had retreated 100 meters, eating up a fifth of the distance she had managed to put between herself and the Luxnix family estate. A coldness hung within Aina's eyes, a tinge of crimson still leaking out of their corners. Despite the increased distance, the strength of Miguel's finger lasers didn't seem to weaken in the slightest. In fact, they seemed to grow more powerful. Was he really trying to push her back to the estate so casually? Before Aina could even have this thought, she was pushed back another 50 meters, and yet Miguel had still not moved a single inch, his pristine white robes still fluttering. The subtle flapping of their fabric resounded between the clanging of metal and laser, accentuating just how quiet the forest was outside of their clashes. Another beam of light shot forward. It pierced through the trunk of a tree with a dull thwack sound and rebounded off of Aina's sword once again. This time, however, the collision was met with a sickening crack as Aina's wrist gave way. The latest Corsodies are on our website. By this point, with how many trees separated the two, it was almost impossible to use their eyes to spot one another. However, each was very clearly aware of the circumstances of the battle. Miguel's finger lasers couldn't be stopped by these trees, while Aina herself was still continuously being pushed back without recourse. In just a few exchanges, she had already been pushed halfway back to the family estate. If it wasn't for the trust the Luxnix had in Miguel to handle this situation on his own, it could be said that Aina would be finished by now. Aina's gaze hardly flickered as her sword fell from her hand, her broken wrist simply unable to maintain her grip. She suddenly flicked her forearm, snapping her wrist back into place only for it to be rapidly healed beneath her ability. Originally, she had been trying to focus on speed and stealth to get out of here. But since even after all this time no one had come, it was likely that they would never. In that case, bang, a demonic howl left Aina's lips, a raging crimson force rising into the skies like a pillar. An illusory black-red flame erupted around her body and flickered within the depths of her golden eyes. her left hand cocked back, almost like a snapping whip holding on to her remaining sword. Just as Miguel's gaze narrowed, the whistling wind finally caught up to his ears, and a glistening silver streak appeared right between his brows. Miguel tilted his head to the side, but he was slightly too late. 3 strands of his immaculate golden hair were tossed into the air, sprinkling downward without an anchor to root themselves to. Visit, for a better user experience, this lineage factor. Or have I seen it before? Miguel never got the chance to answer his own question because Aina had already appeared before him like a she-devil, her golden red axe leaving blades of red in its wake as it struck down with a spine-tingling might. Aina's hair whipped about as though it had a mind of its own, the fiery red glow around her body only growing fiercer as her mind descended into a peak battle state. All she wanted was blood and the flesh of her enemy. Miguel stretched out his arm once again, a subtle change taking place in his demeanor. The output of strength was far beyond what it had been in the past. Bang! The ground beneath Miguel's feet shattered like an eggshell. All of Aina's strength weighed down from above. A moon hung high up to her back, and her abyssal panther blood was surging through her veins like a raging river. And yet, it was still all stopped by a single finger. Visit, for the best no-understood experience. Chapter 958. Chapter 958. Dielena didn't seem to truly register what had happened. Her body had entered a state of all-out battle. Steam rose from her skin. Her heart began to pump 10 times faster. The radiant, illusory flame around her only grew brighter and brighter with every passing moment. At the same time, the moon above her head began to revolve, the universal force projecting out from it growing with strength as its silver hue became a dripping blood red. Aina retrieved her battle axe, swinging down again with even more strength and power. Miguel took a single step back, his aura as stable as a mountain. Every swing of Aina's axe was met by a parry from his finger. His movements were smooth and natural, but anyone who was paying attention could tell that he was being forced to pour out more and more of his power. If things continue like this, she's going to end up killing herself. Though Miguel thought this, he made no moves to end this quickly. Something in his intuition was nagging at him, but he couldn't quite place a finger on it. He felt that he had some sort of connection with this woman, but he was unable to put it into words. Visit. For a better user experience, however, this didn't mean he would go out of his way to save this woman either. As far as he was concerned, she deserved death. If anything, the only reason she wasn't a corpse right now was because of his curiosity. That said, he could also tell that this girl's lineage factor was a self-destructive one and could be classified as a berserk-type lineage factor. It was harder to classify lineage factors in comparison to abilities, as the former were far more varied, but there were still some broad categories that existed. This lineage factor of this girl's clearly placed great strain on her heart. At the same time, it ate away at her reasoning to the point she seemed to become a demon. In truth, it had been a long time since Aina fell into such depravity. The last time was in the Joan Zone, when Lionel awakened his spear force to save her. Since then it seemed that Aina's berserk tendencies had vanished, but the truth was that she simply stopped using her lineage factor entirely. One reason was because she didn't want to put Lionel in that situation again. And the second reason was because she didn't want Lionel to see that side of herself. But right now, there was only herself and this enemy. If she couldn't get past and survive, this would be the place she died. Unfortunately, Miguel felt like an insurmountable mountain. The latest _SODIs are on the website. Lionel floated up to the surface of a river of lava, his body still coated from head to toe in a skin of silver. Everything about his actions seemed carefree and casual. One would have never expected him to currently be in an incredibly dangerous situation. But maybe it was just that wealth could mask a lot of things. Lionel had never been rich in his life. Though he had never been wanting for anything, when most of his life was spent in the schools of the children of celebrities, billionaires, and politicians, it was quite clear that he would be inferior in this aspect. But Right now, Lionel truly felt rich. He had just mined locations the Milky Way Guild couldn't even dream of mining, and he had gotten away with. Lionel looked up, his lips suddenly beginning to twitch. All right, maybe it was a bit premature to say that he had gotten away with it. In that moment, several auras had already locked onto Lionel. Up above, a massive force art that protected the entire planet was deployed, causing the skies to be filled with swirling runes that gave the world a unique character. Lionel coughed lightly. Maybe he had taken a bit too much time clearing those minds up. He wasn't sure if the segmented cube could burst through that force art. He would have to find some sort of weakness, so he didn't end up exploding along with it. Lionel pulled himself out of the pool of lava, standing firmly on the land of obsidian. He could sense several auras converging toward him. They hadn't been certain of exactly where Lionel would appear, but now that he had come up, they could close the net around him. The smartest thing to do would probably be to wait for them to converge and then dive back down to appear somewhere else. But Lionel had a feeling that they were smart enough to be prepared for such a possibility, especially since there was already a group not even a half-kilometer from him. Visit. For the best experience, Lionel's playful demeanor vanished when he saw that group, his gaze narrowing. It was none other than Libly and Dinmo along with their group. Lionel didn't believe it was a coincidence that they just so happened to be here. He had heard the words of that girl earlier. Her calculations were more rounded and less precise than his own, but it was hard to tell if that was because her calculative abilities were weaker or if she had just been dumbing it down for Dinmo. However, regardless of the answer, the fact that she could guess that he would appear here was impressive enough on its own. This location had just experienced the strongest surge of charged particles and volatile lava under the most recent explosion. This made the force in this region chaotic and simultaneously meant that the force art that hung above this area would be the weakest and most prone to weakness. This was the second reason Lionel didn't just turn tail and reappear elsewhere. The fact that this Libly could calculate this matter was impressive indeed, and it made Lionel take her with a few measures of extra seriousness. Bang! Dinmo's fists knocked against one another. The sound alone made it feel as though one's ears might burst. However, just as he was about to take a step forward, Libly reached out a hand and stopped him. Visit. For a better user experience, I can tell that you aren't a simple opponent. But, as you can see, this situation is not very favorable toward you. In as little as a dozen or 2 minutes, you'll be surrounded by fifth-dimensional existences and weaponry. I guarantee that even if we cannot defeat you in that time, we can definitely stall you for that time. So, how about we make a deal? Hand over your metal spirit, and we will let you go without a fight before you're surrounded. Chapter 9:59. Chapter 9:59. Radix Lionel didn't answer Libly. In fact, he was still scanning the surroundings, trying to come up with the best plan of approach. The fact that Lionel was spending several moments to do such a thing should have been something these 6 youths tried to stop at all costs. However, they were still naive to just who it was that they were facing. There, Lionel's gaze narrowed, his shoulders relaxing slightly. Libly's brows furrowed when she felt the subtle shift in Lionel's aura. It had gone from a slight tension to a relaxed confidence in just a few seconds. But she couldn't quite grasp just what changes had occurred in just those few moments to cause such a shift in him. Lionel suddenly began to walk forward, making the unease in Libly's heart grow. In one moment, Lionel was walking casually as though a man of silver. In the next, his back had suddenly exploded with 2 wings of blazing light elemental force. They spread outward for tens of meters, sparkling beneath the bright hues of planet Solara. Lionel's speed exploded, rippling air following in his wake as the obsidian ground beneath his feet shattered and cracked. Lava began to surge out from these cracks, pooling around and following the flow of Lionel's movements as though they had a mind of their own. Visit. For a better user experience by the time Lionel appeared before Dinmo, just a split second had passed, and a fist of lava following the arc of Lionel's punch was mere inches from the latter's chest. Dinmo's shark-like teeth glistened his muscles bulging beneath his armor as he shot a punch out. Even before his fist collided with the punch of molten rock, a booming sound rocketed through the air. The power behind the strike of such a large man hardly needed to be described and could shake almost anyone to the core. Bang! Idiot! Dinmo shattered the fist of lava, but completely neglected Lionel's real punch. In that moment, a spiraling universal force surged around Lionel's knuckles and his forearm, the twist of his hips and torso accelerating as he seemed to flash an entire meter forward in the blink of an eye. Before Dinmo could react, a fist landed on his plate armor. First, it felt as though all the air in his lungs had suddenly been squeezed out. In the next, it felt like his ribs were collapsing in on themselves, turning his inner organs to mush. Then, he shot out like a bullet from a barrel. The air screeched and whined as his massive body tore through it. It almost sounded like steam whistling out of a thin hole, the nagging, high-pitched sound nearly enough to make one go deaf. Visit. For a better user experience, Slibly to a single step to the side, dodging Dinmo's body as though she knew that exactly this would happen. But another Midas family member right behind her wasn't so lucky and ended up following their family heir and shooting off into the distance. It could be said that Libly was visibly annoyed. Lionel's fist of lava had only followed the arc of his punch, not enveloped his fist, so why did that fool think he only needed to block the bigger one? He was so simple-minded Libly wanted to puke. Was this fool really going to be her husband? She heaved just thinking about it. Unfortunately, their two families had been attached at the hip since their very first generation. Their two heirs had always been destined to marry from the very beginning. From the moment of her birth, her marriage had already been decided. The worst part was that Dinmo was most definitely not so weak. Of course, he was only Tier 4, an existence that Lionel had already defeated many of. But comparing Dinmo to the other Tier 4 of this quadrant would be foolish. Lionel stood amidst the four remaining youths without much tension on his face. As things stood now, there were just two Midas family members remaining and two Radix family members. Yet, other than being annoyed, there didn't seem to be any other emotion on Libly's face. "Is this the choice you're making? I can give you one more chance," she said plainly. In response, Lionel simply extended his opposite hand. A second flaming lava fist formed and opened to reveal its palm. It expanded to 10 times its usual size in an instant and covered the group in a shadow before descending downward like a falling meteor. The latest unauthorized Corsodies are on the website. Libly's gaze narrowed, annoyance even more clear between her brows now. However, this didn't stop her from reacting quickly. Her small hands came together at blazing speeds, revealing a cube-like structure of complex, moving gears and parts. In this way, it was a lot like the segmented cube, except instead of puzzle pieces, it was made of gears, screws, and what looked like miniature hydraulic systems. To Libly, a metal spirit was far too important. If it was paired with her lineage factor and her Radix family's legacy techniques, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. Unfortunately, metal spirits were things she had only ever heard about in legend, let alone getting her hands on one. She had never even heard of anyone partnering with one. She had wanted Lionel to give up because this would make things far easier. She could on one hand guarantee the metal spirit would fall into her hands while ensuring no other variables popped up, but since Lionel wanted to play this game, she would play. Libly's Radix cube floated in the air of its own accord. The moment she stretched a finger toward it, it reacted as though it had a mind of its own, sending out one of its pieces. Clink, clank, clank, clink. In that instant, something absolutely shocking happened. A small pieces of bronze metal jetted out from Libly's Radix cube. First, it just coated one of her fingers, but then it began to rapidly unfold, snaking all the way up her arm before expanding outward. Visit. For the best energy experience in the blink of an eye, Libly's right arm was covered in a bronze armor 2 times too long and 3 times too wide for her. With a look of indifference, she pointed this steam-punk-like arm into the air, shattering Lionel's lava palm into a rain of golden fire droplets with a single punch. Chapter 960. Chapter 960. Radix Cube, though it was impossible to see with little Tolly covering his face, Lionel's gaze had lit up like a Christmas tree. Libly's arm was the most complex piece of machinery he had ever laid his eyes on. Though Lionel could probably say the dictionary was more complex, he had never personally opened it up to see just what its inner workings looked like. However, this arm, and especially the Radix Cube, made Lionel feel as though he was a kid in a candy store, a reaction even he himself hadn't quite expected. Lionel didn't know when crafting for him had gone from something he just did to beat his father to something he loved to this extent, but it had to be said that even he was surprised by this change. Though it might just be that his love for cool uniforms and things had spilled over. Because no matter how much he disliked Libly trying to take Tolliver away from him, he couldn't deny that her metallic arm was indeed pretty fucking cool. Libly's arm twisted and moved in all sorts of unique ways. Though it appeared to only had 3 main joints, the shoulder, the elbow, and the wrist, much like every other arm, its degrees of freedom were enormous. And somehow, despite its size in comparison to Libly's petite body, she seemed completely unaffected. What was most shocking about this, though, was the second Radix family member, realizing that Libly was getting serious, acted quickly as well, taking out a Radix Cube of their own, and, rather than attaching a single arm to themselves, their Radix Cube fused into their bodies to form an entire armor as though they had become a mech. Lionel could tell with a single glance that this person following behind Libly didn't have a Radix Cube, even a 10th, as complex as hers. But it still filled Lionel with awe. Very soon, though, Lionel wasn't able to continue to casually spectate. Visit. For a better user experience, Libly stretched her free arm toward her Radix Cube, causing it to be coated in another arm as well. However, this one was far smaller and sleeker. It clung to Libly's small arms like a second skin and almost seemed harmless, until Libly pointed it toward Lionel, that is. All the hairs on the back of Lionel's neck stood tall. "Stay back," Libly said plainly to the others. "This isn't a fight you can take part in. Go wake that fool up and tell him to stop being so useless." Even as Libly's words fell, a beam of bronze light tore toward Lionel, leaving him at a loss. Not only could he not tell what kind of force was coming his way, but it was actually so fast that his internal sight almost failed to lock onto it. Lionel's body curled backward in an arch, the beam just barely missing his chin. But by the time he tried to recover, Libly had already acted again. Her large steampunk arm whipped downward almost in a mock gorilla's pounce. It was so large in comparison to her body that its palm easily smashed against the ground even without her bending down. It propelled her forward with such speed that she had already appeared above Lionel. Even before the ground, she smashed against register the impact and shattered into countless pieces. Lionel's pupils constricted. The shadow of Libly's gorilla arm swinging downward toward him was ominous in and of itself. But the wind pressure was so great in addition to that he was nearly forced flat on the ground, little Tolly distorting slightly beneath her might. Lionel quickly rolled to the side, but the impact was far greater than anything he could have expected. Visit. For a better user experience, bang. Bang. The forearm of Libly's gorilla arm suddenly twisted and pulsed. The result was Libly's single smash registering like 2, as though she had layered 2 strikes atop of one another. The pressure blasted against Lionel's back, catching him off guard. Little Tolly was blasted apart, revealing the skin of Lionel's back and sending him flying dozens of meters. Bloop bloop, asterisk, Lionel's expression changed. The impact was only enough to redden his back a little and maybe bruise him a bit. But blasting apart little Tolly was a different matter entirely. Little Tolly was most spirit, as such the little guy could separate into many pieces and even change form at will. However, this didn't mean that the little one couldn't be hurt, which was why Lionel panicked. Thank God. Lionel, sighed a breath of relief. Luckily, Libley's strike was a normal physical attack, so though it blasted through little Tolly, it didn't harm the little guy. It was only then that Lionel felt like he could breathe easy. The latest _odis are on our website. Lionel slowly stood to his feet. It seemed he had been a bit careless. It was well known in the dimensional verse that a battle with force crafters would be the most unpredictable, and though he had been aware of this, he had still been caught off guard. There was no telling what other hidden mechanisms Libley could have within her arms. All right, fair play. Lionel took a deep breath, putting little Tolly away and gripping his fists. His aura blazed, bronze runes racing into existence across his body as his halo expanded and descended to his feet. As his halo rose up, a brilliant silver armor coated him from head to toe, his demeanor completely changing. He grasped at the air, a spear of black wood appearing in his hands as he faced Libley. Her radix cube continued to hover before her, her eyes having narrowed into near slits. She didn't care about having seen Lionel's naked body, but what she did care about was the glimpse of his face. You're Lionel Morales. I see. So you're from Earth. That makes things more interesting. Visit. For the best experience for the first time, Libley's face showed something other than indifference, even as Lionel's head was slowly covered by a silver helmet. News had been spreading rapidly about this fugitive, but Libley still found it more interesting that he was from Earth. That said, Lionel didn't seem to care, his body flashing forward. He needed to end this quickly. Chapter 9:61. Chapter 9:61. Cutting Libley found herself feeling as though she was moving through a swamp. At first, she had thought that Lionel's armor was just a simple change. After all, she could see at a single glance that it was constructed of just a few dozen parts. Compared to the complexity of her crafts and her radix cube, it was sorely lacking. It was almost like comparing night and day. Due to her innate biases, she had been lax even after it appeared. But the moment space seemed to solidify, her pupils couldn't help but constrict. What is this? Her movement slowed by at least half, and even though she didn't test it, she felt that even the range of her attacks had been cut by a long measure. If she had to describe it, it was like her sense of distance had been warped, as though 1 meter was now worth the equivalent of 2 before. And yet, while she was suffering through this, Lionel was completely unaffected. In fact, it almost seemed like the reverse to him. For him, 1 meter had just become half of that. The result was Libley feeling as though she was swimming through water while Lionel was cutting through the air at an unconscious speed. In a single blink, Lionel was already before Libley, his spear swinging downward with a violent momentum. Libley still reacted as quickly as she could. Her left arm, the one coated with the more skin-like armor, flashed. Her fingers moved about as though she was forming special seals that her radix cube quickly reacted to. The cube sprung to life, its gears and pumps emitting a wild steam for an instant before it expanded, forming a shield of spinning parts. Bang! Visit. For the best experience, the shield held strong, giving Libley enough time to stretch her arm out to the left. As though she had already predicted exactly what would happen, Lionel's body vanished and appeared right before her fingers, being met with a familiar beam of bronze light. However, what should have been an instant victory was met by nothing but a cold, heartless gaze. Libley hadn't realized that even as Lionel appeared, the flat of his blade would find a position right below her extended forearm. With just a twist of his wrist, Lionel sent Libley's laser shooting off into the distance, passing well over his shoulder. Libley's pupils constricted, her right arm whipping toward Lionel and causing the air to shatter and collapse even as barbed bronze chains shot out from their hidden mechanisms. But Lionel had already taken the initiative. The strength of the spatial lock increased. Even though Libley felt that she was spinning her arm as quickly as she could, it was moving at a snail's pace. The result was the activation of her chains being way off and missing Lionel entirely. Libley still managed to react quickly, her left hand once again forming several quick seals that turned her shield of gears into a royal sword of bronze that pierced down toward Lionel's neck. At the same time, she didn't bother to retract her chains, instead continuing to swing her arm toward Lionel as she used them as barbed whips. The dexterity with which Libley used her crafts couldn't be denied, and she seemed to have a quick answer to everything. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough. Lionel's spear had appeared before her forehead, piercing forward with an unquenchable thirst for blood. Libley could feel her life flashing before her eyes. At that moment, she suddenly understood. Before the abilities of this armor before her, all her contingency plans and clever hidden traps were meaningless. What good was it all if she wasn't quick enough to use them? Bang! In the instant before Libley's head was pierced through, a necklace hanging from her neck automatically activated with its own mechanism, shielding her with swirling lights filled with spinning gears. Visit. For a better user experience still, Libley shot into the distance, not much unlike her fiancé, her brain shaking within its skull. Even a fifth-dimensional existence wasn't immune from concussions. Lionel's gaze narrowed. That shield is at least sixth-dimensional. I can't pierce through that. He rolled his wrist. If not for his divine armor, he might have shattered his wrist during that pierce. Time to go, Lionel decided. In the instant before he killed Libley, he had sensed several auras suddenly pounce toward him. It was clear that they had protectors in the shadow, but the spatial warping abilities of Lionel's divine armor had caught them completely off guard, stopping them from reacting in time. Lionel couldn't help but be impressed. Their concealment abilities were actually good enough to hide from his senses. But now that they had exposed themselves in a panic, worried about Libley's safety, it no longer mattered. Now that he finally had room to breathe, Lionel quickly took out the segmented cube and entered its shuttle mode before shooting off into the skies. However, he had barely made it just 20 meters into the air before a rumbling took hold. Powerful auras converged toward him from all sides, the greatest of which was at Tier 9 of the fifth dimension. It seems they had finally caught up, cutting it close. Lionel thought with a clenched jaw. Visit. For a better user experience across the dimensional verse, another battle was still taking place. However, it was even more one-sided than what had just been experienced. On one side, there Miguel with just a few beads of sweat falling down his handsome brows. They were so few and scarce that the wind quickly wiped them away, making it seem as though they were never there to begin with. On the other side, there was a beaten and bloodied Aina. Tears and rips littered her flexible armor, matched well by the bloody holes that ran through her body. Large patches of blood stains littered the grass and trees, all signs of location she had once stood in. Every time she breathed, a crimson fog would escape her lips. It gave her quite a sinister appearance, but only the two of them knew that this crimson fog was none other than Aina's own vaporized blood. Her heart would have collapsed from beating too hard had she not continuously repaired it. However, even with all of this being the case, Miguel's eyes were drawn to the chip in Aina's mask. It exposed just a bit of her lower cheek, jaw, and lip. But it was barely enough for Miguel to get an understanding of just how beautiful the woman before him was. Miguel brandished his thin sword, having been forced to take it out sometime within the last half hour. He could tell that as Aina grew more vicious, she was actually rapidly improving. In fact, bang, Aina's aura shifted once more, slamming through a barrier and spilling over into Tier 4 of the fifth dimension. Miguel shook his head. What difference did that make? Tier 3? Tier 4? To him, even such a watershed step was no different from simply fighting a slightly larger ant. He swung his sword again, ripping a huge gash from Aina's shoulder to opposite hip. Blood sprayed like a fountain, blooming in the air like a flower. The latest underscore sodies are on underscore the website. Chapter 962. Chapter 962. Shattered. Aina coughed violently, blood flowing out from her lips. But she had hardly finished when she swung down her blade again. It was as though her cough was just instinctive, but battle was all she truly cared about. Even if her body was on its last legs, she would still swing again and again. Miguel's sword snaked forward, attempting to parry it. He added a small bit more strength to his strike, taking into account what he predicted would be her boost in power. However, his strike hadn't even landed before his pupils constricted further. The moon to Aina's back suddenly increased in size. It gained rivers of blood and land of bones. It held a gravity of its own, shattering the ground beneath their battlefield and causing it to cave in. Miguel's steps faltered slightly, and the pressure Aina's swing placed on his wrist caught him off guard, causing it to fracture. A light frown finally marred his face. Though indifference was still the greatest emotion, this change in him was equivalent to tidal waves in almost anyone else. Still, what he was most off-put by wasn't Aina's power. That alone was still like nothing compared to him. He was still barely using 10% of his strength. What was shocking was Aina's progress. Every time he felt that she had run into a wall, she burst through it. It wasn't only this, but he felt that she always seemed to rapidly adjust to his battle style. If it wasn't for the fact he didn't need to bring out his true abilities to fight her and was only casually and randomly countering, Miguel had the feeling that this woman might even be in a better situation than she was now. It was a baffling thought indeed, but this woman was definitely a genius of battle. Suddenly, Miguel's pupils constricted. A trickle of blood fell from his cheek. It was so subtle that he almost hadn't noticed. The latest _of_SODIes are on the website. Injured? Blood. Aina spoke for the first time. In fact, they were the very first words spoken between them. She continued to huff out fogs of crimson, her veins having practically been lit on fire. However, on her third huff, her mouth suddenly opened wide, twin canines that glistened with a pearly light reflecting beneath the high moon. Miguel felt a suction force he couldn't fight back against erupt from his very being. His pupils constricted as he finally unleashed his full strength. But, despite his quick reaction, a globule of blood half the size of his head was still ripped out from him in that instant. His expression twisted into a deep frown. If he had taken Aina as a serious opponent from the beginning, this would have never happened. His foreskin would have definitely blocked her attempt. But now, he felt that he had been humiliated. Despite this feeling, though, Miguel quickly calmed, unable to do anything as Aina swallowed his blood entirely. As far as he was concerned, doing this was nothing short of a death sentence. Only he knew what his true power was. Someone else trying to swallow, it would only lead down a single road. Aina couldn't read Miguel's mind, and even if she could, she was in a completely berserk state. There was hardly anything she could make sense of at this very moment. She swallowed the blood whole, instantly feeling as though her throat was being burned through. She shrieked into the skies, causing Miguel to shake his head. The latest _SODIes are on the website. He had taken his time in this battle, hoping to understand where that feeling was coming from. But it seemed she would die before he got his answer. The truth was that he felt that he might never get an answer to begin with. He had already been fighting this woman for almost half an hour, and yet he hadn't gotten any clues. He was already close to losing his patience and just killing her anyway. Miguel was about to stride forward and take what was Aina's corpse away when he suddenly froze again. Aina's shrieks had suddenly come to a stop, replaced by sobs. The crimson had retreated from her gaze, rationality coming back to her person. Tears she couldn't seem to control fell from her eyes, pooling both beneath and outside of her mask. Aina's injuries began to rapidly heal. In fact, in the blink of an eye, she had returned to peak condition, something that left Miguel completely stunned. Not only had she survived, just how high was her blood elemental affinity? Aina looked down from the skies, her tear-filled gaze locking onto Miguel. "You're not him. You deserve death." The irrational words caught Miguel off guard. She had already wanted to kill him before, so why did this feel so much different? It was as though she had been snapped back to reality and hated Miguel for reminding her of something she didn't want to be reminded of. However, Miguel never got a chance to understand just what was happening or just what his blood reminded Aina of, because she directly lost consciousness. her body falling over as tears fell like a stream. The latest _ep_sodies are on the website. Just when Miguel thought this might be an opportunity to take her away, a towering shadow appeared and slung Aina over his shoulder. His crimson eyes swept over Miguel before he walked by the air without a single care. Yet, from start to finish, Miguel didn't dare to do anything and could only watch them leave, his eyes narrowed. He had finally grasped where that feeling came from. The shadow soon made it back to Planet Viola, entering a familiar state before laying Aina onto her bed. Adoptive father. Yuri entered the room, laying eyes on Aina. Mill didn't look back. Her defenses are the lowest they will ever be. You can do it now. Yes. Yuri nodded without resistance, placing a delicate palm on Aina's forehead. This was indeed the best time. A year of patience had finally brought them to this point. Visit. For a better user experience, maybe someone else would have thought that a year ago would have been the ideal time, but Yuri's experience told her that this was the moment Aina's mind was the most solid. Time had proved her right. In these recent months, Aina had shown not an ounce of emotion. But the things without any give were also the things most susceptible to shattering. And now, Aina had finally shattered. Chapter 963. Chapter 963. Flaw. Emil watched in silence as beads of sweat began to fall down Yuri's brow. This matter shouldn't have taken so long, but after the curse was mostly lifted, Aina's mental strength had taken an impossibly massive leap forward to the point her previous and current power, in this aspect, could be compared to night and day. Due to this increase in strength, what Emil had prepared became impossible to use. Of course, Emil was surprised by the fact his daughter had found a method of dealing with this curse on her own when even he had no way to do so. But it seemed that even Yuri had no idea how this came about, and whenever he asked Aina about it, he would receive silence in return. The relationship between them as father and daughter couldn't be described so simply. They ate in silence with the exception of their clashing elbows. They hardly spoke to one another, and they would often meet the other with silence, even if a question was asked. Clearly, whatever had helped Aina heal was something she didn't want to talk about. And at the same time, Emil wasn't a person who would insist on prying into the business of his daughter. She could do as she pleased so long as she also met his standards. As for what those standards were, they could all be described in terms of strength and power. As for anything else, he simply didn't care about them. It's ready. Yuri suddenly spoke. Emil nodded, his palm flipping over to reveal something that made the mansion quake for just a moment before settling back down. Visit. For a better user experience, Yuri's gaze locked onto it almost immediately, but just as quickly, she looked away. She felt as though needles were poking into her mind. Each one was several inches long, pressing through her cortex and reaching down toward her brainstem as though to obliterate all that was her. Don't try to use your abilities on this. It's beyond our understanding. Yuri blinked, tried to regain her bearings. Though Yuri had only displayed her telekinesis in the past, this was just the very tip of her ability. Rather, it could be said that telekinesis was just a branching power gained through her powerful mind. The core of the truth, though, was that Yuri was not human. When Yuri's vision cleared, she locked onto the object again, her heart trembling with reverence. The object looked simple, but she knew that anything that could throw her mind into disarray was far from that. It was a tablet. It resonated with a bronze color and had words scrawled onto its front that Yuri couldn't quite understand, yet somehow felt the power of. Even in the darkness, it radiated a slight light of its own, shining as though it had its own light source outside of the moon and the stars. Just its presence alone seemed to have been rooted in some ancient past, and yet, at the same time, it felt to have a future that extended into infinity. Visit. For a better user experience, it left one not knowing whether this was the relic of a past or something that had tumbled through the bounds of time and space to return to this age. For Yuri, someone who was from a race that was especially sensitive to the subtleties of objects, and was ironically quite terrible at doing the same with real people, this feeling left her baffled. This tablet, adoptive father, this is the tablet I used to send you to Earth all those years ago. It can help. Yuri was baffled. How could this tablet have such an ability, yet also be able to help Aina with her problem? She couldn't quite understand it. There's very little I know about this tablet. But after having it by my side for decades, what I can say with absolute certainty is that it only really has one true ability. Yuri listened intently, hanging on Miel's every word. It was very rare for her adoptive father to speak so many words at once. This showed two things. He was definitely both nervous as to whether or not this would really help Aina or not, and at the same time, he had a healthy respect for this object in his hands. And that ability is that it breaks rules. It's that simple. The latest underscore courses are on the website. Yuri was stunned. These words sounded exceptionally simple, but they made her tremble from head to toe. The headache she received almost made her collapse. In fact, she would have had her adoptive father not caught her. Miel's sturdy hand pressed onto Yuri's shoulder, stabilizing her. Miel had a lot of faith in this tablet, but he was also apprehensive. If this tablet was so good at breaking rules, why is it that Aina had still had her curse after so long? Clearly, this tablet had its limitations. And even further, since they had to wait until Aina was so vulnerable, those limitations only became more obvious. As much reverence as he had for this tablet, and it playing such a large role in how he had come so far so quickly, he knew that relying on it completely and solely would only lead to a dead end. But now, he should be able to help his daughter. Over the next few months to maybe years, you will need to stay by Aina's side no matter what. Okay, Yuri. As her father, it is inconvenient for me to do the same. For all intents and purposes, Aina will become like a blank slate that needs to rebuild itself. If you want her to be the same Aina you know and love today, you need to let her grow and make mistakes on her own. This tablet will erase her memories. Yuri was shocked, instantly hesitating. Visit. For a better user experience, no. But it will erase her personality. This is the only way to reverse what they did to my little girl all those years ago. As things are right now, her lineage factor is flawed and will always cause her to go berserk. At the same time, this flaw is stifling her other abilities from shining through as they should while simultaneously slowing her progress. This tablet will give her a reset and remove the flaw before allowing her to bloom forth once again. When her personality reawakens, she will be a force that can rule this dimensional verse with a fist. If Lionel had been there, he would have been stunned into silence. Removal of personality? Didn't this sound eerily similar to what his own silver tablet could do with shadows? Chapter 964. Chapter 964 Meet Lionel had no idea what was happening so far away, nor did he have any idea that Aina had such a flaw in her lineage factor. Though, it should have been obvious. Lionel had fought a small number of Brazinger family members in the past, including one who had his life on the line, but none of them had ever gone berserk like Aina had. That said, it wasn't quite Lionel's fault that he hadn't realized this problem. Aina had only gone berserk a single time around Lionel, and it had been so long ago that he completely forgot. Of course, what Lionel didn't know was that Aina had purposely not used her lineage factor after that moment for fear of putting him in danger again. Even while seeking out the limit of her power, she was willing to handicap herself in this way. It was impossible to tell how many of such decisions Aina had made for the sake of her love of Lionel since she had known him. It seemed that even as a man with such a sharp mind, he was ultimately still a man, and Aina was ultimately still a woman who expected him to read her mind. That said, maybe of all the women in the world, Aina had the most right to expect something like this of her man, considering Lionel's abilities. But it seemed that Lionel himself was still not quite perfect enough. Still, Lionel couldn't be worrying about this moment, because he was suddenly being assaulted from all sides. The latest courses are on the website. His vessel shook and quaked as he rocketed into the skies, barely dodging beams of light and fire with subtle flicks of his finger. The more Lionel controlled this ship, the more he realized just how important his finger designation was for it. If he hadn't reached his particular level, controlling it would just be a pipe dream. The good news was that there was no one with the ability to fly, and the ships they did bring were slower than Lionel's own, while taking away the flexibility they would normally have. As a result, Lionel was able to make it to the flaw he picked out long ago. At that moment, though, Lionel suddenly felt as though a gaze had locked onto him, making a cold shiver crawl down the back of his neck. His gaze narrowed, but he kept rocketing forward, shooting through an almost imperceptible gap and vanishing into the depths of space. "You want to use me, HM?" Lionel's lip curled. He could tell that whoever had locked onto him definitely had at least one method to stop him, maybe multiple. But they had chosen not to. Clearly, the only explanation was that he was more useful if he escaped. Lionel didn't seem to mind in the slightest. They say that the best schemes were ones that the enemy knew of and yet had to walk into anyway. But whether it was Lionel walking into this trap or Augustus, it remained that time would tell. Visit. For the best notice experience, Libly's eyes opened, the images before her gaze blurring. Her head swam, and her thoughts felt incoherent. It was clear that she was still suffering the most terrible symptoms of her concussion right this very moment, and it took her a bit to regain her bearings. When she did, her hand shot up to her forehead, a light frown marring her features. Looking around, she found that her head was actually leaning on someone's lap. She didn't know what to say when she realized that it was actually the big oaf Dinmo. He didn't seem to react to her waking up, seemingly finding everything but her face to be interesting to look at. Libly shook her head. It seemed this fool could be nice sometimes too, but he was still an idiot. She would have woken up long ago had he not insisted on leaving her on the surface of this terrible planet. Couldn't he have carried her away to somewhere cooler? Forget it. This was about the best she could expect from him anyway. The relationship between the Radix and Midas family had always been one of matching brains and brawn. Whenever it was that both clans had one female and one male heir in a given generation, they would always marry to strengthen relations between the families. It just so happened that Libly and Dinmo were both the heirs of this generation. Visit. For the best notice experience, the Radix family and their calculative abilities. The Midas family and their fire control. Of course, things weren't so simple. Part of what made it so complex was that unique bronze force that even Lionel couldn't place or name. But maybe that was the sort of secret only the two families would know. All that mattered now were their two heirs had actually lost to a single young man from a fledgling world. It was more than just a little bit embarrassing. Of course, the two were greatly handicapped on this disaster world, while Lionel seemed to be even stronger here. But there were no such thing as excuses in the matters of life and death. Today they had been lucky, but what about next time? Libly rose and narrowed her eyes. This was what they had come to this galaxy for. They had already conquered their own galaxy, but there were no more growth opportunities left there. If they wanted to reach the next level and enter the stage of the true powerhouses of this universe, these were exactly the challenges they needed. As for Lionel, she hoped that they would meet him very soon. After all, much like everyone here, they were all eyeing the same world and the same fold of reality. Soon enough, so long as Lionel would fight on Earthside, they would meet on the battlefield once again. Visit. For a better user experience days later, Lionel's ship circled around a particular planet before descending. This time, he didn't have any great hassle to go through, as this was a world that emphasized the lack of exactly that. It was yet another merchant hub with fairly loose restrictions. For the first time in almost a year, Lionel would meet up with Elther. Chapter 9:65. Chapter 9:65 Addicted. Look at you. You're still as pale as ever. Lionel let loose a laugh, sitting opposite Elther, who was caught off guard by his sudden appearance. Towards such words, Elther could only be speechless. He might have already taken out his saber for anyone else who had said these words to him, but for some reason he found it quite amusing when Lionel said so. It wasn't much of a surprise that Elther's pretty face and seemingly sensitive skin was a sore spot. He wanted to be a general, not a male model and gigolo. Yet, he looked like the slightest bit of sunlight might leave him red the next day. It was a sad plight indeed. You want to talk? Have you seen your hair lately? If it wasn't so short, I'd mistake you for a woman. Elther's mouth was just as sharp as his blade, though, so he hardly missed a beat. Lionel grinned. Oh, this? You don't think it makes me look quite kingly? Elther snorted. A king of solely women, maybe. The latest and corsodies are on _the website. Even as he said the words, Elther knew that his retort was quite weak. Unfortunately, he just felt that Lionel's hair quite suited him, so it was a bit difficult to lie with a straight face. Annoyed by his failure, he just looked away, calling for a waitress to order a large sum of food he had every intention of making Lionel pay for. Lionel laughed, seemingly seeing through Elther's thoughts. Though the two hadn't known each other for long and could really only be considered to have had two real interactions, Lionel felt that he had quite a good read on Elther. He was a man who wanted to be seen as a man, first and foremost. But he still had a lot of childish tendencies. That said, whether one could make him display these tendencies would both be dependent on how much stronger than him you were and just how close to him that you were. If someone was stronger than him, and also not someone he recognized as family or friend, he'd be more likely to lash out than retort like he just had. At that moment, the two men shared a private room in a top-class restaurant. Lionel hadn't really cared where they met, but Elther insisted that a king should have some standards. Of course, Elther also complained about Lionel's choice in clothing, claiming him to be far too casual. But in the end, he was forced to give up and take it one step at a time. It was already enough of a miracle that he got Lionel to come here. The man wouldn't even touch a drink usually. Clearly, the irony was lost on Elther. He wanted to be a general, but he was always so concerned with his clothing. Visit. For the best known NG experience, so how are things going? Lionel asked as he was halfway through a beast carcass half the size of his body. The movements of that woman I told you about are quite weird. She keeps attacks and claiming periphery territories of the guild, but has made any real moves toward the guild itself. It's almost like she's stringing us along. Oh, Lionel blinked. Show me on a map. Lionel used the projection ability of the dictionary. Usually, he used it to navigate through the Milky Way. But this was an excellent use as well. Elther reached his hand forward, pinching his fingers before spreading them out wide. The result was the 3D plane of stars zooming in toward a certain location. We've attacked here, here, and here. In these months, we've fought 3 major battles. The rest of the time has been spent consolidating territory and securing routes. Lionel's gaze narrowed when he saw these locations. He had already memorized the map of the guild's territory that Elther had sent him previously, so he knew exactly where these were and what they represented. But that was also what made it all so fascinating. None of these territories were very valuable at all. The best asset here was a lower-level disaster world called Planet Istia. However, it was quite old and had already reached the end of its potential. Other than being a decent place to gather lightning element ores and herbs, it wasn't very useful. Visit. For a better user experience, the other 2 locations were just normal trade routes, asteroid and moon stations, along with planetary hubs. But the thing about these trade routes was that they led to fourth-dimensional world and folds of reality. Their use in the grand scheme was minuscule at best. The good news about this was the resistance the Oryx met was minimal, while also giving them a chance to learn how to work like a real army instead of a bunch of powerful individuals like they normally did. But the bad news was that Lionel couldn't see through to the purpose of this woman. This wasn't a feeling Lionel liked. He was normally able to read people quite well, but he had yet to meet this woman, nor did he understand her connection or beef with the Milky Way Guild. At the same time, he couldn't make heads or tails of her actions either. Interesting. Lionel continued to look at the map, thinking of several possibilities. But he realized that he was missing too much to see things on as large a scope as this mysterious woman. The more he thought about it, the more curious he became about just who she was, and the more aware he became of just how little information he had. Though he had a verbal deal with Hephaestus and Raelion, there was no telling if they would succeed or Even if they did succeed, just how long would it take them to do so? Unfortunately, that left Lionel flying quite blind. I bet Shield Cross stars have a lot of information. This singular thought began to brew some less than savory thoughts in Lionel's mind. It seems that he had become addicted to being a madman. The latest underscore corsodies are on underscore website. Chapter 966. Chapter 966, A Union. Elther quickly caught Lionel up on a lot of things. Eventually, the topic came back to Lionel's teammates and the matters related to Earth. Lionel had learned a while ago that Earth had successfully entered the fifth dimension and had recalled a lot of individuals as a result. Of course, this had happened while Lionel was within the dimensional cleanse trial world. So, he hadn't gotten whatever this message was. The wristwatch that had followed Lionel for so long had long since been taken off his wrist, ever since he was able to control little Tali without the use of force-crafting gloves. However, Lionel hadn't destroyed it and just left it within the segmented cube. So, after he returned to the Milky Way, he too received the messages. Ultimately, Lionel had just left his brothers to train and grow as strong as possible in his absence, so returning to Earth wasn't a bad thing. After all, there was clearly ample opportunity to grow stronger as silver zones might begin appearing at any time. However, whether it was smart to enter those zones as of now was still up in the air. Regardless, bronze zones were an excellent chance. Not only could they hone their skills, but they could still receive rewards from higher-level worlds. Even Lionel, who was a bronze crafter himself, if his spears were ignored, only had a couple bronze crafts. So, this was a great opportunity for them. Now, that Lionel didn't have to worry about Aina, at least not immediately. He didn't mind returning to Earth as well. After all, as far as he was concerned, there'd come a day where Earth was the center of his territory. He had to do his part to protect it too, even if it was under the control of his grandfather for now. Yes, there's a lot of good opportunities on Earth right now. In fact, they have been contacting me with methods on how to deal with it all. Lionel was taken aback. Yes, the main problem Earth is facing right now isn't the zones. Those have slowed to a lull after the breakthrough. The main issue is the evolution of the oceanic creatures. Lionel's gaze narrowed. Earth never had to deal with much of an invalid problem because Emperor Fox had cruelly chosen to kill over 99% of Earth population before the metamorphosis even began. But there was nothing even he could do about the vast ocean. Visit. For the best known experience in fact, this made Lionel wonder. Long ago, Earth had gained great enough terraforming technology to fuse the continents into one. He wondered if that was a coincidence or by design. Maybe his grandfather always knew that the ocean would be their greatest obstacle. Still, something about the movements of the galaxy made Lionel feel that the ocean was still the least of their worries. At the same time, he also wasn't very confident in fighting in the water. At the very least, he had no experience in such a thing. That said, he had two solutions to this. He could use his water domain spears, and he could also create some crafts to counter the ill effects. Either way, he would need to assess the situation first when he returned to Earth. I think that's everything, Elther said, exhaling a breath. Lionel nodded slowly. And how receptive do you think they would be to a human leader? From the way I see it, they follow the direction of that woman just fine as long as they see what they're getting out of it. But it's hard to tell. They aren't subservient. It's a subtle difference between being employed and being loyal subjects. Whether or not they would continue to follow you is impossible to say. Lionel nodded in understanding. This might be a bit of a delicate issue, and it might be better if he made himself known to them sooner rather than later. All right, here. Lionel tossed a spatial ring over to Elther. But when he saw what was inside, his eyes almost popped out of his sockets. How did you gather so much herb ore? Visit. For a better user experience, Lionel grinned. You could say I procured them. Lionel didn't explain, his smile beaming as he rose to leave. Use this to fuel their advancements. Don't be stingy. I want all of that money gone within the next month. This is a lifetime worth of money. Elther was left speechless. He was the prince of a kingdom. It wasn't as though he had never seen such wealth before. But this amount was the equivalent of what his Oryx kingdom would spend in an entire population of millions in a single year. Yet, Lionel wanted him to use it on 10,000 Oryx in a single month. If he wasn't a madman, then what was he? He'll replace it soon enough. After all, I have a feeling that the beast crystals of Earth's oceanic creatures are quite rare and valuable. Right? Elthar didn't know what to say, but he never had the chance to before Lionel suddenly vanished. He's growing more powerful. Elthar gripped his fists. He was lagging behind. He needed to raise his effort. Visit. For a better user experience in another corner of the galaxy, back on a familiar planet Luxnix, a young man strolled out from a forest, entering the estate once again. He looked around at the dead bodies littered around him and shook his head. It was unfortunate that this had happened in this way. Maybe he'd been too careless. If he had known that she had come with such backing, he wouldn't have been so casual about it all. But he had thought that the Viola family would have been too scared of escalating the situation to this point. The action of sixth-dimensional existences means something completely different from just fifth-dimensional ones. Still, none of this was what took precedence in Miguel's mind. He glided through the estate, making it to a particular place. Yes, Elder. I'm just here to meditate for a bit. The guarding elders nodded. Of the younger generation, there was only one allowed to casually enter this place. Miguel descended down a network of tunnels only to find himself standing before an altar. And upon this altar, there was yet another bronze tablet. However, this one was different from the one Miel held. Sitting upon a marble platform, a translation was etched into the pedestals of this one. A union of light and darkness will reveal the 12-pointed star. The light character exuded an aura eerily similar to Miguel's own. As for the darkness character, Miguel had finally realized that it reminded him of Aina. Visit for the best read experience. Chapter 967. Chapter 967. Familiar Miguel stared at these words for a very long time, his eyes eventually closing as he fell into a state of deep meditation. The 12-pointed star was the most important symbol of the Luxnix family. Despite the fact they called their lineage factor the Snowy Star Owl, for some odd reason, within their ethereal glabellas, their light elemental embryos manifested exactly as a 12-pointed star would. Of course, this was a secret no one would know about unless a member of the Luxnix family went out of their way to speak of it. However, even aside from this alone, there were still their feather-sword warriors who used this star as a symbol of their prestige. There was no doubting that the 12-pointed star was of immense importance to the Luxnix family and their strength. However, almost no one understood its significance, and even less understood just what the origins of it was. Miguel, though, understood that everything originated with this tablet. If it didn't exist, maybe there would be no Luxnix family today. And now, after all these years, he had finally come to grasp a clue about just what all of this could mean. Despite the calm look on Miguel's face currently, he was doing his best to stop his seething blood. Since his youth, Miguel had always been extraordinarily talented. However, he was limited by two major factors. Visit. For a better user experience, the first was that he was born in a world capped at six-dimensional potential. Though planet Luxnix was at a peak amongst six-dimensional worlds, it was ultimately still that. Compared to seventh-dimensional worlds, it was still too lacking. And compared to seventh-dimensional worlds nearing the eighth dimension like the Morales family world, it might as well have been an ant by the roadside. Regardless of his talent, this would always be a limiter. The second factor that would always limit him was his sixth-dimensional lineage factor. If he truly wanted to progress, there would come a time where his Snowy Star Owl lineage factor became not only useless to him, but even a hindrance. Luckily, he was born with another talent that could mitigate this somewhat, but these would always be two anchors on his talent, anchors he could never get rid of unless he could learn these words. Miguel wasn't a fool. Prophecies often had so many potential interpretations that taking anything at face value could end in his death. For all he knew, Union meant Elsa devouring his blood whole like she had done during their battle. In such a case, this prophecy would have little to do with himself, as he would be dead. With how fast he had seen Aina's progress to be, though he felt that she too would be limited by her birth and upbringing like he was, it wasn't impossible to see this as a probable conclusion. When things are framed in this manner, there are all sorts of things that these words could mean. The worst part was that even if Miguel placed these words in the most favorable light, he might still lose out. Visit. For a better user experience, for example, what if Union referred to a child between himself and this mysterious woman? Though he wouldn't be opposed to it considering the small part of her beauty he had seen, how would the talent of a child help him? He wasn't an old man. He had yet to reach a point where the only way to progress would be passing on his lineage to another. He had no interest in having a child who could surpass him. What he wanted was power he could grasp on his own. After cycling through these thoughts, Miguel managed to calm himself. Now, the beating of his heart and the slow circulation of his blood matched the indifference on his face. With so many potential interpretations, Miguel decided on patience. He would observe the situation for a while longer. If it was a prophecy, then that meant it was destined to happen. By definition, he shouldn't have to do anything overt to cause it to happen. Of course, there was always the chance that this wasn't a prophecy and was rather a helpful clue. After all, if this tablet was what bestowed the 12-pointed star upon them, then it was more of a guider than a prophesier of the future, right? This was also a possibility that Miguel had thought of. But he still decided on patience. He would calmly observe things for now. If he was right, then things should organically fall into place. On the other hand, if it was a clue, he would act accordingly to the circumstances. The latest _, of course, Sodis are on _the website. For now, he only had one real goal, to ensure that Aina did not die. It was that simple. This was why he hadn't alerted his family elders about the appearance of Meal and gave no resistance. In addition to this, he chose not to tell anyone about his findings. If this was a prophecy, it was best that the maximum number of individuals acted as naturally as possible. Only if it turned out not to be one would he mobilize his family members should something beyond his control occur. After organizing his thoughts, Miguel sank into a true meditation, motes of light slowly accumulating around him. In the presence of this tablet, it felt like all bottlenecks would be loosened and the speed of his practice would accelerate many times over. Since he was already here, he might as well take advantage and also grasp the chance to replenish his stamina. Miguel could feel his lane toward the sixth dimension spreading open and wide. If he wanted to, he could step through it at any time, but for some reason he had always held back from doing so, continuously consolidating himself within the fifth. Maybe only a select few number of individuals would know exactly why. Miguel gazed longingly at the path ahead before suppressing it and focusing on rejuvenating himself. As his senses swept through his body, checking for any weaknesses and focusing on improving, he swept over a particular location above his right hip, flickering with the lights of a familiar innate node. Visit for the best no_FNG experience. Chapter 968. Chapter 968. Berserk God lineage factor beads of sweat fell down Meal's brow as he channeled the strength of the bronze tablet. His strength seeped outward, pouring into Aina's body and delicately erasing much of what was her. Yuri stood to the side, feeling very nervous. Before, she hadn't been aware of just how important this was for Aina, at least not until it was described for her by her adoptive father. The truth of the matter was that though the Brazinger family was quite disgusting in their toting of eugenics and the importance of bloodline purity, there was a method to their madness, keyword being madness. The Brazinger family's lineage factor was known as the Berserk God lineage factor. This was its true name. What had been displayed on Earth was nothing more than the tip of an iceberg that branch family members would be held to. However, just how berserk you were depended on the purity of your bloodline. For Aina, who was only half Brazinger on top of not receiving any of the family's special rituals or training, Her lineage factor was far more berserk than it was God. This lineage factor was objectively powerful. In its purest form, it was a lineage factor that many would scratch and claw to have. Its abilities could be broken down into a few aspects. The first was overwhelming strength. Every single muscle fiber of a Brazinger family members was worth more than that of another individual, even most strength lineage factors. Its potential for explosion and power was simply beyond reason. The latest _courses are on the website. The second aspect was battle sense. The instincts of a berserk god existed on a separate plane all to its own. Their ability to adapt and change their combat style to counter their enemies would make it feel as though they were all combat geniuses. What Lionel had to calculate, they did on instinct and at a much faster speed on top of that, depending on how pure their bloodlines were. The third aspect was rebirth. After experiencing terrible injury, a long-fought battle, or masochistic training, upon healing, a berserk god would have the strength of their bodies increase proportional to the weight of what they experienced. The fourth and final aspect was an affinity for all weapons. Whether it was a sword, a battle axe, a spear, even fists and kicks, a berserk god wasn't restricted to any weapon or martial art. They were geniuses of battle, existences created to wreak havoc on a battlefield. This was the true ability of the Brazinger family. The only person that Lionel had ever met who might have the true berserk god lineage factor was Simeon. However, he was always focused on his beast taming and genetic manipulation abilities, and Lionel had never seen him fight in hand-to-hand combat. Even now, it seemed that the Brazinger family and maybe even the other three families had hidden themselves very deeply. Knowing this, it was easy to see that what Aina experienced was an extremely perverted interpretation of the berserk god. She only received some of these abilities in part, and without clear or purposeful direction to any of them. But this wasn't all her fault. How was it that despite being half Morales and only half Luxnix, Lionel received their lineage factors in full while Aina did not? The answer was simple. It was done on purpose. Visit. For the best known experience, the curse Aina faced was just the tip of the iceberg and also acted as a cruel agitator on her mental state, warping her emotions and her reality. How could anyone be completely sane after experiencing years of torturous itching and peaks and valleys of horrid pain? It was all done on purpose to make Aina fall further and further into depravity. The fact she had even a semblance of humanity left in her was a testament to just how mentally strong she was to begin with. The Brazinger family lineage factor was altered so that when met with interference with other bloodlines, it would deviate from its predestined path. The result of this would be a deviation in the mind state that resulted in oversensitivity. In the beginning, this oversensitivity would only be minor. For example, it might be as benign as suddenly becoming greatly embarrassed when a boy you liked confessed to you, even to the point of running away with a blushing face despite the fact you were normally an assertive and confident woman. However, as time progressed, it would steamroll and increase to the point the smallest things became enormous and the tiniest insecurities became tall mountains. Eventually, just the most minor activation of their bloodline would result in this person going berserk, overdrafting their bodies, and ultimately dying. It could be said that if not for Aina's self-healing abilities, she would have long since fallen for the plot of this ancestor of the Brazinger family. It could even be said that due to meeting Lionel and allowing herself to fall for him, Aina had delayed the strongest onset of these side effects for as long as she could. However, this tablet provided a unique opportunity to reset the damage done and undo this second curse the Brazinger family had placed on Aina. Visit. For a better user experience, when the tablet erased a personality from Shadow, there was no living entity to cause the rebirth of that personality. However, Aina was different. She was a person with a propensity toward a certain disposition. As long as she was given time, she would become the very same Aina once again. This was why Miel had emphasized that Yuri should follow Aina around, but that she should also allow Aina to grow and make mistakes on her own. Only in this way would Aina grow to be her most authentic self. The story that wasn't told, though, was that it had taken Meal decades to accumulate the amount of energy he was currently giving to Aina now. As stoic as he was, as unemotional and silent as he was, as harsh as he was, the one thing that would always be true is that he loved his daughter. That said, there was one matter that would be grating to most people. Just who had power enough to alter the course of a lineage factor in this way. Who could place a curse that followed a bloodline like a reaper, gatekeeping it for generations to come? If Lionel had been there, especially as he watched the pieces of a force art break and shatter, floating above Aina's head, his dreamscape would have sparked with several arcs of lightning. And when his dreamscape settled down, he would suddenly think back to a man he had learned of in the Jones Zone, a man they called God, a man capable of copying the abilities of people in a force arts. Aina's eyes suddenly shot open. The latest underscore sodies are on underscore website. Chapter 969. Chapter 969. Sensitive Earth was in a completely different state than the last time Lionel had been here. Where there had once been rubble and debris, there were nothing but large stretches of greenery in nature. Whatever wreckage the metamorphosis had left behind had long since been cleaned up, turning Earth from a concrete giant to a world that placed great emphasis on its natural beauty, something Earth, especially in comparison to other worlds, had a lot of. The Ascension Empire had taken advantage of the boon between the fourth and eventual fifth dimensions to cause this great change. In this span of time, Earth had experienced many force eruptions and natural phenomena of the like that greatly accelerated its growth. Thanks to this, with just a small bit of help from humans who moved all the useless metals and artificial bricks out of the way, Earth was able to flourish in the way it was always meant to. Like this, the only marks of old Earth and its technologies were the 9 major populous hubs of Earth, one to each of the 9 provinces. This included places like the Imperial Capital and the Royal Blue Fort. Outside of these cities and forts, there were only large expanses of greenery. There were trees that already rose up hundreds of meters into the air. There were precious herbs and grasses growing around every corner, and many beasts had been released from their experimental islands to populate and grow. Some of these beasts became food for humans, some became sparring partners, and others became a core part of maintaining the balance of Earth's ecosystem. Just from this alone, the talent of Earth and its world was on clear and full display. It looked as though these resources had been growing for thousands, even tens of thousands of years. But the truth was that these beautiful displays of nature had only been present for just a handful of years. Visit. For a better user experience still, these changes were absolutely nothing compared to Earth's 2 moons. The original still retained the name Moon, while the second was dubbed Avalon by Emperor Fox. Lionel knew little of the Moon and its colonies, but they were every bit as part of Earth and had also faced Terrain's attack those years ago. Before, the Moon had to be terraformed to maintain a population. And, even then, this population was forced to stay within a climate-control dome. However, after the 4th dimension descended, things began to change, allowing for the dome to be done away with and for the Moon to begin to gain characteristics of a world all to its own. This was in thanks to Earth's fold of reality expanding and beginning to encompass larger and larger regions. Now, the Moon had unique herbs that even Earth itself couldn't grow. And though it didn't have large bodies of water or oceans, it had begun to have its own self-sustaining lakes in addition to its own true atmosphere. The people of the Moon also seemed to take a unique evolution path compared to the people of Earth. Though they still looked human, they tended to be taller, more fragile, and had stronger minds comparatively speaking. Likewise, Avalon also underwent great changes. The kingdom of Camelot was no more and was rather taken over by a Secretary Marquis Pendragon. The latest underscore sodies are on underscore the website. The more primitive side of Camelot had been washed away in favor of more modern comprehensions. In addition, the greatest benefit Camelot brought. Its population was spread out and divided amongst the 9 provinces of Earth. Ultimately, the people of Camelot weren't alien to the people of Earth and were easily accepted. After all, these were people created and based on themselves. How could they not assimilate well? It could be said that the only real growing pain were the somewhat outdated and backward ideas of the people of Camelot. They had yet to learn of the progressivism of modern times. But, ironically, it was the retreat of Earth from a technologically central ideal that helped this assimilation work all the more. In a lot of ways, the people of Earth felt like they were going backwards, while the people of Camelot felt that they were being accelerated forward. This allowed the two groups to meet in the middle and reach a happy medium. It was amidst all these changes that Lionel returned to Earth. Hovering high above the sky, how could he not be shocked? He hadn't expected such large, sweeping changes. In fact, he partly believed that he would come back to find the same dilapidated buildings. At this moment, he felt like he had grasped the difference between his grandfather and him. Lionel believed that he was quite forward-thinking and quick on his feet, even not hesitating to spend what an entire kingdom would in a year just for a single month of progress. However, it was clear that working harder didn't trump working smarter. Visit for a better user experience in just a handful of years. Not even quite year 3, Earth's entire face had changed. And Lionel was certain that his grandfather had planned it to be this way from the very beginning. There wasn't a single step that he had taken that was out of line of this goal. Now, despite being a fledgling world, Earth was already in the 5th dimension, had no human invalids to worry about, and had conquered all of their land without trouble. Lionel had naively thought that while his grandfather was struggling with getting Earth back on track, that he'd be able to make some headway toward catching up, but he felt more wrong than he ever had before. Now that he was more sensitive to certain things, upon stepping onto his grandfather's territory, he felt a suffocating aura from all sides. He had to try twice as hard just to take in half the oxygen he normally would. He didn't need to look around to understand that his grandfather already knew that he was here and that he was back. No, it could be said that nothing that happened within Earth's territory or fold of reality would escape his notice. His eyes were everywhere. Lionel's lip suddenly curled beside himself, his gaze turning toward the imperial capital before he shot in that direction. The latest _corsodies are on _the website. Chapter 970. Chapter 970, El Hope Halt. Each one of the auras were blazing. Several guards sent piercing gazes toward the air. Though they too wore golden armor, it was nothing like the superfluous garbage the guard of the Force Crafting Guild wore. Each one had an undeniable momentum that almost threatened to peel Lionel's skin back. However, as though he hadn't heard a single word, Lionel descended from the skies, landing at the very top of the ancient tree structure that was the imperial capital. Lionel strode forward, his pale violet hair fluttering and his hands in his pockets. A light smile hung from his face. "You're not going to attack me, are you? Prince Lionel, flying in the imperial capital is an offense even for you." A hard-nosed man stood forward, his demeanor unchanged in the face of Lionel's smile. "Oh, and why is that?" Lionel's steps paused. "Visit for the best no_FNG experience at the moment." He stood at the base of the imperial palace. A large staircase of white marble and gold lay in his wake. Lining these stairs, warriors that even gave Lionel pressure stood. Despite being in the 4th dimension, Lionel felt that their combat experience was far beyond him. In addition, he could tell that as Earth continued to evolve, so too did their abilities. It likely wouldn't be long before the base strength of everyone on Earth was of the 5th dimension. This was the true, fearsome ability of a world with so much talent. Lionel hadn't experienced it before since he was away from Earth, but after returning, he felt that his ability was being nurtured as well. As Earth's fold of reality grew, there would eventually come a point where Lionel wouldn't have to return in order to take part in these benefits. He felt quite refreshed at this moment, completely unlike his demeanor the last time he had come here. You will be seen as a threat to be immediately taken down. Since you have broken the rules, we will have to detain you. Ah, and that's the case even if I'm not a real threat. Yes, the man answered seriously, not wavering in the slightest. He seemed unmoved by Lionel's status, his smile, his charisma, and even Lionel's strength. None of it mattered. I see. Emperor Fox is very good at raising loyal warriors. I'm impressed. I would try to poach you, but I have a feeling that I would fail. The man's gaze narrowed. Poach him? What did that mean? Was this prince trying to rebel? The latest _sodies are on the website. The grip he had on his halberd multiplied in strength, his aura blazing. All of the guards reacted in unison, each of their halberds also raising. Even without them completing their actions, Lionel could feel a unique force art of sorts resonating between them. Interesting, so force arts can be used like this as well. How fascinating. Emperor Fox seems to know quite a lot for a man who should have been born on a mortal world. There was a lot about his grandfather that Lionel didn't quite understand. For example, for Lionel to have the Luxnix family lineage factor, his grandfather would have had to have somehow taken a woman of that family as a wife. But how had he, the emperor of a third-dimensional world, taken the woman of a sixth-dimensional one as an empress? It was all quite curious. At that moment, the enormous doors of the imperial palace opened, separating out the snaking golden dragons delicately carved onto its surface, and, even more importantly, the immortal tree that it wrapped around. Soon, a spectacled man appeared that Lionel immediately recognized as his uncle. You returned, he said plainly. I have. For what purpose? To shamelessly steal resources and to issue a challenge. Lionel replied without blinking. The latest _sodies are on the website. The former makes sense. As for the latter, you aren't worthy of doing such a thing yet. Lionel's smile brightened. My grandfather owes me almost 22 years' worth of birthday presents. I have to seek my reimbursement somehow. And as to whether I'm worthy or not, that doesn't matter much to me either. I will issue it either way. One day, Earth will be mine. Though Lionel said things like this, there was a hint of coldness in his eyes that made his uncle's gaze narrow. If there was anything Lionel didn't like, it was not being respected. His arrogance had been buried deep within his bones for a very long time, because there was nowhere for it to flourish on Earth. There was nothing worth him rising to the occasion of. But now, things were different. He not only had a goal, there was actually someone who deemed to believe that he wouldn't accomplish it. Though that wasn't enough to tear into his reverse scale, it was definitely enough to leave an itch on it. The moment Lionel said these words, the halberds of the Imperial Guards all rose in unison, their blades carving out a sharp path toward Lionel. Yet, even as he faced a torrential rain of force that could obliterate a city with just its momentum alone, Lionel remained unmoved. At that moment, a roar that seemed to originate from the very depths of his heart manifested. Lionel didn't even open his mouth, and yet it swallowed the momentum of the Imperial Guards and the Imperial Palace whole, making the white gold hair of his uncle whip backward as though hit with a wall of wind. It felt like Lionel had suddenly become 10 times his original size, his body looming over the capital and his momentum causing the earth to quake. Mists of violet fog rose around his body, a sight alone that made his uncle's pupils constrict into pinholes. The roar drowned all things out, even their thoughts. It wouldn't be until a long while later that they came to understand that it wasn't a roar they had heard, but rather the will of Lionel's heart. The latest _sodies are on website. Without another word, he turned and began to walk away before coming to a sudden pause. All right, I used my Imperial pendant on claiming White City, if I recall correctly. I hope no one has stretched their hands toward my things. With that, Lionel flickered and vanished. Chapter 971. Chapter 971. Head Budding Emperor Fox laughter rang through the spring gardens. He laughed so hard that the bird dispersed and the force around him seemed to warp. If it wasn't for certain protections placed around the palace, maybe the whole of Earth would have heard his laughter. Lionel's uncle soon made his way to find his father in this state. Quite frankly, he was speechless. Maybe if Earth was still a third-dimensional world, Lionel's rebellion would be quite meaningless. There were simply 1,000,001 ways to stamp out whatever hope he had toward fulfilling his goals. There was a limit to what mere mortals could do in that aspect, especially when the Empire had already unified the whole of Earth. Now that Earth once again had enemies to face toward the outside, the Slayer Legion had returned to their rightful place as the protectors of the Emperor, so there wasn't even this foundation for Lionel to use either. It could be said that if Earth was in the third dimension, they would have the luxury of laughing and watching Lionel's ambitions fizzle out. After all, he was their own flesh and blood. Sometimes there was no need to be so harsh with family. But in this sort of situation, it was much different. Not only had Earth entered the fifth dimension, Lionel clearly had methods of freely traveling between worlds. On top of that, they were well aware that he had a father who was quite unfathomable. And Lionel's uncle knew well just how much Lionel's mother loved and what kind of temper she had for certain people. This was all to say that if Lionel's mother learned of Lionel's ambitions, she would probably directly pass on her position as crown princess to him. And even if Emperor Fox voided it, he would end up having to fight both his grandson and his daughter. If things continued like this, especially since Lionel was a brat who might not be able to see the bigger picture, Earth might suddenly be shaken with internal conflict when their blades should have been pointed toward the outside. The latest _corsodies are on website. Knowing all of this, despite the fact Galerin had very rarely questioned his grandfather in his life, he still couldn't help but speak. Imperial Father, is this really a laughing matter? Emperor Fox sputtered with laughter, his white gold hair shimmering as his emerald irises twinkled. Look at that, Galerin. He's even rubbing off on you. You actually question me for once. Galerin frowned slightly before his expression became somewhat bitter. Maybe only his father could make his expression warp like this. You should learn from that brat a little bit more. You need to be more rebellious. Don't you find it sad that I gave the position of crown heir to your little sister and not you? You would think that would have bred at least a little resentment in you. I expected to find some undercurrents brewing, maybe some schemes as you pulled the court to your side. How is it that your sister has been gone for decades, and yet you've done nothing? I'm quite disappointed. Galerin was speechless. His father was lamenting, him not trying to start a rebellion, but the latest _corsodies are on the website. The prince truly had no idea how he should approach this. Lionel's words couldn't have been clearer. Yes, that brat finally grew some balls. It's about time. Galerin almost choked on air. This was the most vulgar thing he had ever heard his father say. What the hell was going on today? Last time he came here, he was far too much of a pansy. He hated me, but he hardly even showed it, letting his purpose become warped beneath the ideologies of another. A foxman should think for himself. But Imperial Father, Galerin shook his head. He's being quite shameless. This was the best argument Galerin could think of. It was clear he had been rendered completely speechless by his father. Shameless? I think it's the opposite. If he had wanted to, he could slink around in the shadows, never letting anyone know his purpose before he suddenly struck at a critical time. But he actually came here to issue a direct challenge. What's so shameless about that? That's not what I mean. You mean resources? Well, the brat is right. I do owe him many birthday presents. Visit. For a better user experience after hearing this, Galerin really didn't know what to say anymore. He and his own son were like two sane people in a family filled with maniacs. Whether it was his brother-in-law, his nephew, his own little sister, his mother, even, they were all insane. Sometimes he wondered if he had been swapped with another child at some point. He didn't know why he was so surprised. This was the same father of his who laughed up a lung after he learned that Lionel almost destroyed the Royal Blue Fort. To put that matter into real perspective, their Ascension Empire had known of the threat of the ocean for a very long time. Royal Blue Fort was one of their most powerful chess pieces toward countering this invasion of sorts. Yet, his father had laughed about it like it was nothing. Emperor Fox finally stopped laughing and shook his head. "Your vision is still too narrow, Galerin. The reason he can do this is because he knows his worth. There's still some things that are inconvenient for me to do personally while he's well aware that he's maybe the strongest warrior on Earth right now. The oceanic beasts are just the beginning. Another war is coming. As long as he's working, who cares if he takes some advantages? That said, he'll still have to pay a price for leaving us behind to go and chase skirts." Galeron's expression twitched, suddenly remembering that Lionel had mentioned White City before he left. Emperor Fox burst into another fit of laughter, this one even more uproarious than the last. He likes his moral high ground so much, right? I'd like to see what he does when that moral high ground is exactly what's holding him back from taking what he wants. Visit. For the best known experience, Galerin felt a headache coming on. He really wasn't ready to deal with the logistics of headbutting between a prince and the Dove Grand Prime Minister family. Just one more chapter coming later today. DCAM. Chapter 972. Chapter 972, then. White City was the very same city Lionel had dropped from the sky to crush Anared and the Varian Invalid. Truth be told, he had only just remembered that he had traded the ruby imperial pendant he had earned for it. He thought it might be a convenient way to get things started. After all, he didn't have the patience to build a new city, even though he was uniquely suited to doing such a thing. As for what Lionel wanted the city for, it would be a convenient fort. Plus, he still had the enormous spatial force art he could repair and use again, before he could only use it once before it got too damaged. But he was more than confident in making it even sturdier now, though it would take an even more powerful formation to move about in a fifth-dimensional world. Lionel wasn't really sure what happened to White City, though. He had dropped it right in front of the imperial capital, and now that he thought about it, there should have been a second city in the surroundings, not to mention the third city, which was the one he crashed. The state of White City should be pretty terrible if it wasn't touched. After all, it wouldn't come out unscathed from such a thing. And there was also no telling if it was still around the capital or if it had been moved elsewhere. Truth be told, Lionel hadn't been paying much attention when he was on his way here. He had been moving too fast and was entirely focused on crashing the capital to cause a commotion. Well, he had managed to do that, so now he was content with settling down and making some money. However, when Lionel laid eyes on White City, his brow twitched. The latest _Corsodies are on the website. If it wasn't for the fact he could still sense the lingering remnants of his large-scale spatial array, he wouldn't have even connected the two cities into one at all. The White City he had once known was nowhere to be seen. The city was about the same size as it had always been. Since terrain had never quite fully conquered its own world, its cities were purposely built large so that it could accommodate large numbers of people and enormous sums of resources. This was to say that it was massive, about double the size of a normal large city. However, what was shocking were the number of people and the hustle and bustle. The economy was booming to a mind-numbing degree. Lionel could almost smell the money in the air. But what was maybe most shocking was that maybe only half the number of people here were actually from Earth. As for the other half, they had clear energy signatures that marked them as alien to this world. What Lionel didn't know was that White City and the other Skyfall cities, as they were now known as by the people of Earth, had become hubs for trade and diplomacy. The other Skyfall cities had been razed to the ground. But these two, White City and Black City, the latter of which had once pincered the imperial capital with Kiefer City, were the two that remained and had become great tourist spots. Emperor Fox didn't allow people to freely travel throughout Earth, but this made perfect sense. The resources Earth had as a talented Earth was far beyond what even many disaster worlds could hope to have. In order to hunt on Earth, one needed to pay an exorbitant price. usually worth more than even the resources one would manage to gather. However, many still bit the bullet and paid this price because the talent of beasts here was far beyond what they could find elsewhere. Visit. For the best no-understanding experience, the Beast Crystals of Earth provided a unique opportunity to increase the strength of their abilities. Anyone who had any sort of money at all would definitely send their children here. The result was Earth swimming in more money than it even knew what to do with. Let alone robbing a force crafting guild, Lionel should be thinking about robbing his grandfather's coffers. This was all to say that the city Lionel stood above on his black surfboard treasure, having long since been upgraded by him to the point it could stand hundreds of meters in the air, even in a fifth-dimensional world, was an enormous well of resources, and yet Lionel knew he couldn't casually touch it. Lionel's expression turned cold. There was no way this city was functioning on its own. It was definitely being controlled by someone. Though Lionel hadn't heard his grandfather laughing, he could very well imagine that old man's brilliant grin. It was almost more annoying that that old man was more handsome than he should be at his age. Lionel almost wanted to tell him that his time was up and to give it up, but he knew that would just make him look even more bitter than he already was. What was he supposed to do? He couldn't just kick these people out. Even though half of them weren't from Earth, the other half relied on this place for a livelihood. They'd already built their lives and families here over the course of the last 3 years. Visit. For the best no-understanding experience, he couldn't use force either. How would they react to someone who just tyrannically took over their home after they had been living in peace for so long? And he most definitely couldn't just kill them all. Just from a glance, Lionel could tell that there was practically no one in poverty in this place. Though his grandfather's genocide was something Lionel could never accept, what he did have to accept was just how good of a position it had put Earth in. They were in a place where every Earthener could prosper and benefit without needing for anything. Lionel stood a distance from the city, hovering in the air with his surfboard. After a moment, his lip curled. With a wave of his arm, he sent out several messages. It was about time he began. The family is it. Let's play then. Visit. For a better user experience. Chapter 973. Chapter 973, Governance. Lionel slipped through the city gates completely invisible to the eyes of the guards. He didn't feel like going through an inspection process, nor did he have anything proving his status as a prince outside of his face, so he felt that it wasn't worth it. After he was a distance away, he found a location to reappear and blended into the crowd. With just a few minutes of observation, though, Lionel realized that things weren't so simple. Whether it was the residents of Earth that lived here or the tourists from other worlds, each had their own identification cards. It only took Lionel a moment to realize that Earth had replaced its original monitoring system with another one. What was surprising, though, was that this monitoring system was both less intrusive and, most surprisingly, it revolved around the very same wristwatch the people of Earth had always had. Of course, outsiders weren't given their own wristwatches. Instead, they were given badges they had to use to verify their purchases. Essentially, without either a wristwatch or a tourist badge, one could only walk around the city aimlessly without benefiting from anything. As Lionel continued to walk around, he picked up on more details. For example, outsiders had a higher sales tax to pay, they were restricted from certain regions, and they were only allowed to rent property but couldn't own anything. The latest corsodies are on our website. Everything from top to bottom was meticulously organized, and despite searching for it, Lionel couldn't find signs of corruption and, more shockingly, poverty. It was as though the people of Earth had all simultaneously been risen in status. But Lionel knew that this was far from the case. The cruel underbelly of this was that the poor had already been killed by his grandfather. All that were left were individuals with great connections, wealth, and political affiliations. Of course, no country or world could possibly function without labor workers or those that did less than lucrative jobs, and yet it seemed that this had been handled as well. It seemed that Earth had either begun training force crafters of their own, or had invited overcrafters to automate much of the labor process. And where it was impossible to do this, there were the people of Terrain. Lionel had already noted that there was no poverty, and this was true. But this was only in the in-your-face, dirty slums and grimy streets sort of ways. The true underpinning of what allowed the people of Earth to continue living their lush lifestyles while everything in the city seemed to work on its own were the inconspicuous workers wearing gray tunics and pants, gliding through the city silently with their heads lowered and their gazes glued to the ground. The invasion of Terrain didn't just end with a war. After all, the cities themselves resulted in an influx of tens of millions of people who had been essentially uprooted from their homes by their city lords. After their city lords died, they were left behind with nothing and no way to get back home, leaving them stranded on Earth without recourse or power to do anything. The latest __SODIES are on _ the website. In truth, Lionel had at some point assumed that his grandfather would have them all massacred. The image he had of his grandfather was that he was a cruel man willing to do anything to hold onto his power and take a step ahead. Ultimately, tens of millions of Terrain citizens, albeit far less talented than the people of Earth, were a threat to their forward progress. And yet, they'd been seamlessly integrated to the point where even Lionel had almost not noticed them at all. With some more observation, Lionel came to understand this as well. I see. So he created a hierarchy system with the promise that those born 5 generations from now would become true citizens of Earth. With this promise in place, the current people of Terrain are living silent and peaceful lives and are even helping Earth to fix its clear population problem. As long as they don't cause trouble 4 generations from now, they'll be able to say that they birthed children who are true people of Earth. Just from an hour of walking around the city, Lionel had seen several of what he would classify as sensual shops. Whether it was a small boutique that sold women's lingerie or even something more in your face like outright sex toy shops, they were here in quite large number. On top of that, Lionel had seen many parents walking about with toddlers and newborns. Such a thing would have been impossible to see right after the metamorphosis, and most children did not survive the calamity for obvious reasons. Lionel could feel a clear push for the people of Earth to have children. Visit. For a better user experience despite there being so many sensual shops, there wasn't a single brothel in sight. In addition, despite the fact a woman of Terrain could have a 5th-generational baby so long as she slept with a man of Earth, there seemed to be an invisible barrier between the two groups. Picking up on all of these subtleties, Lionel was astonished. This level of governance was far beyond his capabilities. He couldn't help but feel a small bit of respect for his grandfather. Lionel's emotional intelligence worked best on a micro scale. Of course, he could impact things at a macro level too, with how he almost destroyed the foundation of Valiant Heart Mountain with just a few actions, but he still felt like he lacked the nuance and grace his grandfather had. However, with every step through the city Lionel took, he seemed to soak in something different, shifting his ideals and rebuilding them with new thoughts. To those who walked by him, it would almost seem like he was in a trance-like state of enlightenment. Before Lionel realized it, he had reached the end of his journey and found himself at what must have once been the city lord's mansion, though now, the flag of the Dove family flew high and proud. Halt! The Grand Prime Minister's estate is closed off to outsiders. Lionel kept walking forward as though he hadn't heard anything. Just when the guards wanted to take action, they found their legs rooted to the ground. Visit. For the best read NG experience. Chapter 974. Chapter 974 Corner Office. The Dove family guards looked down in shock, only to find that their legs had suddenly been encased in stone. In that moment, it wasn't just the Dove family guards that were shocked, but the tourists in the area who treated the estate like a landmark to visit were stunned silent as well. In all their time here, no one had dared to stir up trouble. This was the first time they were seeing such a thing. Of course, what the crowd didn't know was that this wasn't true at all. How could there possibly not be any bad apples? It was just that these individuals had been dealt with swiftly and with the utmost secrecy. Hardly anyone was even aware that such events had occurred. But Lionel was the prince of the empire. He couldn't exactly be stopped ahead of time, right? A blinding pair of white gold wings appeared to Lionel's back in a flash. In one moment, he was on the opposite side of the gate. In the next, he had leapt over, landing softly on the other side as a small gust of wind followed his movements. Lionel strolled forward with his hands in his pockets. Every guard that rushed forward found themselves cemented into the ground, not harmed, but completely unable to move. The difference was so striking that it shook the observers to their core. They had no way of knowing just who this young man was. Visit. For the best known experience, Lionel swept a gaze forward. The Dove estate was Victorian in its construction. It had a somewhat castle-like, somewhat modern feel to it. It had great archways for each of its windows that melded seamlessly into the design. In addition to this, there were a few towers built right into it with a structure that finished the painting of a beautiful picture. The fences and gates that surrounded the property didn't obstruct the view at all. Lionel's actions were clear for all to see. From his gliding over the perfectly trimmed grass up to the point he began to walk up the stairs to the wide doors. To the surprise of the people watching, rather than alarms beginning to blare, the doors opened, revealing a man dressed in an archetypal butler uniform. Everything from his pristine white gloves to his golden pocket watch and the tails of his suit were perfect. "Welcome, Prince Lionel. The Dove family feels humbled by your visit." It was right then that the guards suddenly came to understand that they had been trying to stop the prince of an empire. Not only that, but a surge took hold of the crowd. Many of them were the people of Earth. The instant they heard Lionel's name, things clicked and a look of reverence flooded their expressions. Visit. For a better user experience to the people outside of Earth, Lionel was a wanted criminal. To the people of Earth, Lionel was the man who dropped a city that ended a war. What was important for an imperial family? It was making sure they held on to the love and adoration of the people. The more they were revered, the more godlike they seemed, the more power they would manage to consolidate. Quite frankly, Lionel hadn't expected such a reaction to his name. After all, the people of Earth should know that he was a criminal as well. However, it seemed that his grandfather had grasped an opportunity. Lionel couldn't help but be astonished by his grandfather's audacity. He knew that Lionel stood opposed to him, but he actually still took action to raise Lionel's legend. What would he do if the people revered him as a prince more than they revered him as an emperor? Lionel let out a sort of speechless laugh. His grandfather. He was the most arrogant bastard Lionel had ever met. Lionel gave the butler a gentle smile. "Sorry about all this. I just came back and I don't have the credentials, so I could only choose this sort of crude method. Speaking of which, I have to thank the Dove family for taking care of my city so well. This is far beyond what I imagined I would come back to." Visit. For the best known experience, the butler was taken off guard by Lionel's smile. It was an obvious sign of disrespect that a mere butler would come to greet a prince. So why was he smiling? But the main issue was that the butler suddenly found it difficult to continue with a hard-nosed approach. That said, his lip twitched fiercely when he heard the second half of Lionel's spiel. This prince. The butler snapped out of his shock when he suddenly felt Lionel pat his shoulder. Before he could react, Lionel had invited himself in, stepping by him and into the residence. Without even needing the butler to guide him, Lionel cut through the home as though he lived here. The butler reached out to try and stop Lionel, but despite the fact Lionel seemed to be walking slowly, he was already 20 meters ahead of him by the time the butler reacted. The worst part was that the direction Lionel was headed in wasn't where the butler originally wanted to lead him. According to his orders, he was meant to bring Lionel to the young Mississippi. But Lionel was actually going to exactly the place the young master and Grand Prime Minister Dove were. A cold sweat covered the back of the butler. This prince really didn't know how to follow the rules of etiquette. But why was it so hard to get mad at him? Visit. For the best known experience, Lionel went through 3 floors and 5 hallways, finding his way to a corner office that overlooked the city. With just a small knock, he entered, a gentle smile on his face. At the moment Lionel entered, he found what he almost felt were a pair of twins looking back at him. Both Tyrion and his father seemed to be cut from the same cloth. Despite being surprised by Lionel's appearance, they didn't seem to react much initially. It wasn't until Lionel took a seat next to Tyrion and facing Grand Prime Minister that the two of them finally smiled lightly. Like this, 3 fake smiles met one another in a single corner office. Chapter 975. Chapter 975 Everything, right? It was only after sitting down with the father and son that Lionel finally began to pick out some differences between them. They both had on glasses, both were dressed prim and proper, both had measured and controlled attitudes. It could be said that the only difference between them was that Tyrion's father had a slight graying in his hair, but it was clear that even this was vanishing as he absorbed force day by day, just like how Lionel's grandfather was also continuously getting younger. I will be honest, I do not blame the two of you. The father-son pair were caught off guard. Usually, this would devolve into a game of pressure to see who it was would crack and be forced to speak first. In most cases, whoever spoke first would be seen as the more nervous of the two and thus be on the losing side of the discussion from then on. But not only did Lionel not wait, he began to speak almost immediately. It was hard to tell if he was simply not used to such royal etiquette or if this was a tactic to throw them off. At the same time, I also don't have the patience to play these games. I'm on a little bit of a time crunch. I won't be young forever, you know. So, how about I lay things out how I see them? Visit. For a better user experience, Lionel sat comfortably in his seat and continued to smile. You two are not my enemies. We just happen to see things differently. To you, this is necessary. While you might be a Grand Prime Minister family now, as Earth expands and its territory grows, it's impossible to say that your hold on power will remain the same. The best case is that it dilutes. The worst case is that you're forgotten to the annals of history and washed away along with the other noble families that failed to continue to meet high standards. This, however, is also an opportunity for you. You now suddenly have ample room to grow, whereas in the past you had already met a ceiling you couldn't break past. So, if a brat like me claims a city with a small bit of merit and then suddenly disappears for 3 years, it wouldn't be surprising that you would choose to swoop in. After all, there are many things you could say. For instance, you could claim that this isn't the white city I claimed. There are practically no parts of the city I once claimed remaining, and even a rational person might conclude that this was no longer my city to begin with. Tyrion's eyes narrowed, but he quickly recovered, continuing to listen to Lionel's words without saying anything himself. The latest _episodes are on the website. Of course, none of those petty tricks really matter. Ultimately, I am a prince, and this city was claimed for me by virtue of an imperial pendant. If you look at things this way, in terms of places on Earth that represent the imperial family's prestige, the imperial capital is number 1, and this city may very well be number 2. However, I'm sure you father and son pair are smart enough to understand this as well, which means you have several other tricks up your sleeve. If I were in your shoes, I just might send my butler to receive myself and announce my name and title to those present. Maybe very quickly the reverence the people held for me would take hold, and I would walk around the city, suddenly finding that I couldn't take a step without someone looking toward me with a worshipful gaze. If that were to happen, I just might get full of myself and believe that I was untouchable. Once I began to believe that, I just might also think that snatching White City away by force was something that the citizens of this city wouldn't fight against, and even something they might accept with open arms. But if I did that, I would be walking into a trap now, wouldn't I? This time, even Grand Prime Minister Dove couldn't help but narrow his gaze, staring toward Lionel intently. Unlike his son, though, he made no attempt to hide these changes. Visit for the best NG experience, because if I were you, after I did something so foolish, I would leave silently while allowing the underpinnings of the city I painstakingly built to crumble one by one. For example, I might use the contracts I've signed with merchants to manipulate the economy of the city. After all, those contracts were signed with White City, not the imperial capital or the Ascension Empire. These merchants might start withdrawing, decreasing the quality of life in this city and shifting it toward Black City instead. Once I was finished doing that, those merchants might start demanding lower tax rates, as they would have less customers to sell to. How would they be able to protect their profit margins without some help from me? When I thought that problem was finished, I would suddenly realize that the hunters who came to White City to gain certificates to hunt beasts in the surroundings would suddenly plummet. And why wouldn't they? The merchants would have been forced to lower prices on them and haggle for their goods. At the same time, I would probably have been forced to raise the price of certification just to keep the city afloat. Why would they continue to come here when they could go to Black City instead? Then, just when everything seemed as though it was coming crashing down, the nobles you have in your pockets would finally begin to complain. If I lost my temper and used force to suppress them when they had legitimate matters to complain about, I would look like a tyrant, wouldn't I? By this point, I would barely be able to sustain the upkeep of the city, and the final nail in the coffin would become the people of Terrain. How would I be able to feed and clothe them without money? Without proper care, their residences would deteriorate, resulting in a true slums forming in the city and ultimately causing many to want to move away. Visit for the best known and film energy experience. Just like that, White City would collapse under my rule and give or take 6 months to a year. That's everything, right? Lionel continued to smile lightly, observing the father-son pair. Chapter 976. Chapter 976, a smile Lionel smile, didn't fade amidst the silence of the father-son pair. In fact, it only grew. It was clear that this silence meant something far different than it would have at the start of all of this. I see. Grand Prime Minister Dove suddenly spoke. His voice was deep and rumbling, a marked difference from his son's more light tone. It seemed that Lionel had finally found a second difference between them. Then what exactly do you propose, Your Highness? Lionel waved his hand. You don't need to call me that. Just call me Lionel. Not like it matters much anyway. Not like you two went out of your way to kneel when I entered. Tyrion's lip twitched. Members of the Grand Prime Minister family didn't have to kneel to princes. This was something that Lionel would have known had he not been raised outside the imperial family. But it didn't seem appropriate to correct him on this now, since he had already waved it away so casually. As for what I propose, it is quite simple. For the next year, all profit White City makes will go to me. Beyond this, all shops that I come to own will be tax-free and work without restrictions. While I am away, this city will continue to be yours. Quite frankly, I plan to take White City and move it to the coast, but it is clear that this is impossible. So, instead, I'll be building a city myself. Grand Prime Minister Dove's gaze flashed, but he remained silent as he continued to listen. Visit. For a better user experience, in exchange for this, any force crafters you're nurturing can come under my wing for the time being if you aren't afraid of me poaching them away. In addition, any boom in White City's economy that are as a result of my actions can continue to be yours once I've gone and the year period I've marked out has passed. As for when I am in the city, I will take 30% of the revenue following this year period. Hearing Lionel conclude so simple, Grand Prime Minister Dove was quite shocked. He had expected to be completely fleeced by this prince, but Lionel had actually gone so easy on them. Though losing a year of revenue was a difficult pill to swallow, a year was ultimately just that. Before the metamorphosis, the human lifetime had more than doubled already, making a year worth far less than it had been in the past. Now, with the help of the metamorphosis force and the various rare force herbs Earth was continuously producing, they could live for even longer than that. In addition to this, Lionel said that after this year, he would only take 30% of the revenue for when he was actively in White City. He had already left for 3 years prior to today without a word, and though the Grand Prime Minister couldn't guarantee that Lionel wouldn't do this again, the fact that he wanted to build his own city was evidence enough. Without much thought, Grand Prime Minister Dove nodded. I find this deal to be agreeable. From this date until this time next year, all the revenue of the city will be yours. If you need crafter to help in your building a city, I will also provide them. If they are to your lacking, there is no problem with Prince poaching a few. As for your shops being tax-free, this is of course not a problem as well. I'm sure that the added business your endeavors will bring will leave us at a net positive regardless. There are easily half a dozen prime storefronts Prince can choose from. If you would like, you can have them all. Lionel smiled. It seemed that this Grand Prime Minister was quite the smart man. All right, just one more thing, Lionel said. When I say revenue, I mean all of it. Don't bother sending taxes to that old man for this year either. Grand Prime Minister Dove was rendered speechless. Firstly, Lionel was calling Emperor Fox old man. And secondly, evading imperial taxes was not just a small crime. Even shaving a bit off the top was impossible, but not doing so for a whole year was a completely different level of face slapping. The latest _up_SODIes are on _the website. Don't worry about it. I've already spoken to him about it. Really? Grand Prime Minister Dove looked toward Lionel skeptically. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that White City represented at least 20% of Earth's current wealth. Losing it for a year was not a small ask at all. The only reason Grand Prime Minister Dove wasn't bleeding was because most of that money went to the imperial family anyway, so what he was left with wasn't something he was unwilling to part with. The only thing he really needed to worry about was making sure all the guards, and especially the terrain servants, were properly taken care of and paid. But he was still willing to pay out of pocket to cover this for a year. Lionel, however, was clearly a maniac. Grand Prime Minister Dove couldn't even fathom what Lionel would do with this money. Just to put things into perspective, the eye-popping number of herbivores Lionel had given to Elther was something White City would make within 3 days. As exaggerated as that might sound, this was the true value of a world like Earth. The Ascension Empire was raking in funds hand over fist. Without more explanation, Lionel smiled and stood. By the way, Tyrion, I wanted to apologize. Tyrion, who had still been trying to wrap his mind around all this, suddenly started. He was surprised to the point of being speechless. When we first met, I was a bit overly sensitive and ended up shattering your glasses. It was rash of me and something I shouldn't have done. I hope we can move past it. In exchange, how about I craft you a bronze treasure to your specifications? Visit. For a better user experience, Tyrion, who was almost always composed, didn't know what to do. He had never expected an apology for that, and he had most definitely never expected Lionel to be so nice to him. But most shockingly of all, Lionel was a bronze crafter? Tyrion, quickly thank His Highness. Ah, yes. Right. Tyrion shot up from his seat and accepted Lionel's handshake. He looked deeply into Lionel's eyes, trying to find some sort of contempt or sneer, but all he saw was warmth that made him feel almost too comfortable. The grievances he had held toward Lionel suddenly vanished into the wind, and he blushed beside himself. Lionel left the corner office with a smile on his face. He realized just how correct Anya had been. If he had had a warmer relationship with Tyrion from the very beginning, instead of lashing out at him for just looking at Aina back then, maybe this matter would have gone even smoother. If he wanted to succeed, he had to lead with a smile. There would always be time for him to use his fists later if the situation suited it. Young miss, please don't. As Lionel was about to leave the estate, he suddenly heard a familiar voice. When he looked back, he saw the butler chasing after a young lady that seemed to be in her very late teens, likely 18 or 19 years old. Despite her age, Lionel's first impression of her was that she was quite cute in a cuddly sort of way. However, that fiery look in her eye as she stamped toward him was definitely anything but cuddly. Visit for the best no_NG experience. Chapter 977. Chapter 977. Coast. Lionel smiled lightly. He had been monitoring the butler with his internal sight ever since he entered the estate. Initially, he had been rushing after Lionel, but after he realized he couldn't catch up, He had changed directions and shot off toward where this girl had been lying in wait. If Lionel had to make a guess at what happened, he had probably entered a wing of the estate that the butler didn't dare to enter. As such, the butler had no choice but to change tactics and go and seek help from his cute girl. It was very likely that this was the young woman the Dove family had prepared to field Lionel. And, clearly, she wasn't very happy that Lionel had ignored her while going straight off to her brother and father instead. It was rare that the young miss got a chance to do something important, so it felt like Lionel had snatched away her chance. The result was the poor butler chasing around someone he couldn't catch up to for the second time that day. "You're Prince Lionel?" Though it was a question, it almost came out like a demand. "You could say so." Lionel chuckled. "And you are?" Visit. For a better user experience, I am Avery Dove, the young miss of the Dove family. We were meant to have a meeting today, but why is it that you seem to be leaving already? Lionel looked this girl up and down, suddenly realizing something. He had mostly met all of the noble young men and women during the war with Terrain. But, back then, Avery was just 14 or 15 years old, far too young to participate. It was no wonder this was the first time Lionel was meeting her. "I see, so it's young Miss Dove. It's a pleasure to meet you. I wasn't aware that you were waiting for me, my apologies. How about this? Your father said that there are 6 prime storefront for me to choose from. Would you mind being my guide?" Avery, who was fully prepared to be a young lioness, was caught off guard by Lionel's suggestion. She had felt that she would need to be more hard-nosed because she was a young woman, but especially so because she had this face of hers to overcome. Yes, I can." Avery didn't know the details, but she knew everything about White City. The moment Lionel mentioned those storefronts, she already knew exactly which ones he was referring to and even exactly how to get there from the estate. It could be said that she was well prepared. Though she hadn't spoken to her father or brother about this matter, she didn't think that the prince would lie about this, nor would he have to. She had already been briefed that there might be trouble when Lionel returned, so thinking quick on her feet, she assumed that this was a compromise. Around a corner not far away, Tyrion, who had been prepared to step in to do something, chose to pause instead. Compared to the niceties that Lionel had given him before, this was worth far more. He suddenly found it very difficult to even think of tricking Lionel, let alone doing it. Visit. For the best no-understanding freedom of NG experience, he shook his head. He felt ridiculous today. He had actually done something as embarrassing as blush. Now this. Not long later, Lionel was escorted out of the mansion under the lead of Avery. Along the way, Avery found herself relaxing even to the point she began to laugh and giggle at the things Lionel said from time to time. She almost forgot that she was meant to be on official business, representing her Dove family. "You really have seen a lot of things. My father won't let me off of Earth. I've always wanted to see what the greater universe looks like." Avery had a slight longing in her gaze as she looked up toward the sky. But, unfortunately, there was nothing but an expanse of blue to see. Lionel smiled. "I never would have thought that the stoic Grand Prime Minister Dove would actually be so overprotective. It seems that all fathers have a soft spot for their little girls." Avery pouted. "I don't want him to have a soft spot. He should treat me like he does Tyrion, but he doesn't take me seriously." The latest _sodies are on the website. Who knows? Maybe Tyrion wishes your father treated him more like he does you. Definitely not. Avery shook her head, her black hair sprinkling about. "My big brother is a workaholic. He's been like that even since he was a kid. If it has nothing to do with self-improvement, he wants nothing to do with it." Lionel's brows raised, but he didn't refute Avery. Who was he to correct her views on her family members? She definitely knew them far better than he did. It's only a coincidence that Tyrion is even here right now. If it wasn't for father calling him back, he'd probably be on the coast with everyone else. "On the coasts?" Lionel asked. "Oh, right. You just came back, so you might not know. Most of the young nobles aren't near the imperial capital anymore. They've gone off to the coast to hunt the oceanic beasts. There've been a lot of them trying to come on land as of late. Not only is their meat really good for strengthening bodies, but their beast crystals sometimes go for exorbitant prices depending on their level." "I see." Lionel's lip curled into a smile. Ah, we're here. This is the first Prime storefront. We were planning on holding auctions for these in the coming few months, but since Father said you can have your pick, feel free. Visit. For a better user experience, the location was indeed perfect. The shop was on a prominent street corner and had a body that wrapped around its edges. No matter what direction you were coming or going from, it would be impossible not to spot this storefront. On top of that, the surrounding ambience was perfect. The smell in the air made one feel relaxed. There was a hint of nature with a park being nearby, but not too close that it would ruin the metropolitan atmosphere. And there was even a bank not too far away in case one ran out of money to spend. Lionel nodded when he saw all of this. No need to go check out the other ones. I don't need more than one storefront anyway. They'll take this. Chapter 978. Chapter 978, Beach. Avery blinked. Lionel really made decisions fast. The truth was that it didn't really matter to Lionel if there was another storefront that was a little bit better than this one. As long as it was close, as he expected they would be, his store would become the most popular among them. In fact, even if he didn't get a prime storefront, it was only a matter of time before his store still reached the top. It would just take a little longer. Do you need me to assign some people of terrain to you? They can help with the upkeep of the store and can also manage it for you. There's a small fee to pay, but it's nothing too great. It made Lionel slightly uncomfortable to hear this, but he knew it was probably the best choice so long as his grandfather followed through on his promise to integrate their later generations as one of their own. No, that won't be necessary. Lionel could just automate everything like he had with his Valiant Mountain store. As long as he upgraded it from time to time and had his people maintain them force arts, there wouldn't be a problem. Avery nodded. All right, visit. For the best notification experience, Lionel was about to say something when he suddenly sensed several responses from his talisman. He had sent out quite a few messages earlier, and they had finally gathered up. It was about time for him to go. Seems that I have to go now. Tell your elder brother that he can come here in about a week with the specification for the craft he wants. If you'd like, I can make something for you too. Lionel said with a light smile. Avery was stunned again, but before she could react, a black surfboard had appeared beneath Lionel's feet as he shot into the air. Toward such a thing, Avery could only be speechless. Flying was most definitely prohibited within city limits. This Lionel broke rules left and right without regard for anything. But rather than feeling that he was a pampered prince, Avery couldn't help but smile. It was clear her impression of Lionel was quite good. Oh no, there's so much work to do. A bulb suddenly went off for Avery. She needed to sign over the property in Lionel's name, handle the paperwork for the property and service taxes, and on top of that she needed to get the permit to sell goods from the imperial capital itself. She suddenly felt as though Lionel had saddled her with a whole bunch of work he was oblivious to. It was a whole other can of worms if Lionel planned on opening a crafter's shop. Just think about it. Back on 21st century Earth, not just anyone could open up a gun shop or a gun range. It was definitely far more difficult than opening up a restaurant, but even a restaurant needed to meet certain health guidelines. Compared to a gun shop of the 21st century, a crafter shop was thousands of times more dangerous, and such things had already been taken into account and heavily regulated by the Ascension Empire. Now Avery needed to wade through these waters and handle it all. Visit. For the best noticeable experience, she pouted her cherry lips, her appearance becoming even more adorable than it was previously. She didn't think Lionel had done it on purpose, but he was really too reckless. Forget it. Maybe he knew something since he offered to make me a treasure too. Avery did an about-face and began to stroll back to her family estate, thinking of all the stories of the outside world Lionel had told her about. The air is so salty, my skin is drying out. Alan frowned, his brows furrowing behind his glasses. Stop complaining, for eyes. You're already wearing so many layers of clothes to begin with. How much of your skin is being affected at all? Raj called out. As usual, Alan had buried his perfect physique beneath layers of baggy clothing. Considering they were currently standing on a beach, he looked especially out of place. Though, that could be said for all of them. Despite the surroundings, they didn't have the luxury of wearing swim trunks and exposing their torsos. Up ahead, rather than sand meeting water as it usually would, there was an enormous border of steel. Not just that, but the ocean's water was filled with tankers and warships. It was easier to spot a wall of metal than it was to see the blue of the waters. Visit. For a better user experience, the 8 brothers stood a distance away. If not for this, they wouldn't even have the luxury to stand on sand. It was clear that Earth was taking the defense of its coasts extremely seriously, but if you had seen the kind of monstrosities that were trying to make their way to land, this wouldn't be a great surprise at all. After just a year, the auras of the 8 had grown exponentially. It felt like they could conquer anything. Hey, you 8, what are you standing around there for? A modified military jeep drove through the sand, rolling toward the boys. It only took a simple glance at their wrists to know that these 8 came from Earth. However, the soldier was casting them looks of disgust. There were no small number of youths that had come to the coast to show off and say they participated when in reality they would just stand around and avoid danger, just like these 8. At least, that was what the man sitting in the passenger seat of the Jeep thought initially until he got closer. He didn't recognize them all, but when Arnold cast a glance over toward him, he froze. A memory of Arnold shooting into the air and smashing a 20-meter-tall squid to minced meat with a single palm replayed in his mind. In that moment, his next words couldn't help but get caught in his throat. However, by that point, the 8 young men had already ignored him as they had all locked eyes with another young man who rode the back of the military jeep with a wide grin on his face. The latest _Sodies are on _the website. Who else could this man be if not for Lionel? Cap. Chapter 979. Chapter 979 Steroids. Lionel hopped out of the military jeep only to be tackled into a bear hug by Milan. Oof. Though Milan wasn't nearly strong enough to knock the wind out of Lionel, the latter still feigned weakness. Unfortunately, that didn't garner him any sympathy as Milan just squeezed him harder. Before Lionel realized what was happening, he was suddenly dogpiled. In fact, the only 2 who didn't move were Alan and Arnold. The 2 looked toward one another and shook their heads. It seemed that they were in lockstep when it came to matters like this. The driver and passenger of the military jeep looked on incredulously. That was a prince of the empire. What was going on? Since when could you treat a prince like that? Thinking about Prince Noah and how stoic he was, not to mention the cold, short-haired beauty that was always by his side. This Lionel was really too much of a drastic difference from the kind of royalty that they were used to. All right. Lionel muffled groans sounded beneath the 6-man pile. However, they seemed to have no intention of letting him go. Visit. For a better user experience, consider this a little punishment for leaving us for so long. Cap Franco's voice rang through the pile, his big mouth being the first to open. Maybe if he could see Lionel's sly grin from beneath the pile, he wouldn't have been so cheeky. Bang! Suddenly, 6 bodies went flying in all directions, flying up and outward completely out of their control and releasing squeals along the way. Lionel rose from the sand with a grin, patting it away from his body and winking toward Arnold and Alan, who seemed to have guessed that things would end this way. Captain, you're in the 5th dimension already? Alan shook his head. Last time they met Lionel, he was still in the 3rd, and he had already been stronger than them back then. Now, he had suddenly leapfrogged them all. Wasn't this a bit too ridiculous? Of course, they had also grown far more powerful in the last year, so they couldn't compare to their former selves as well. But this was still too much, wasn't it? Raj spat out a huge mouthful of sand, his rotund body rolling out a massive dune. 5th dimension? That's bullshit, Cap. You can't just shoot up PEDs just cause there's no athletic commission to check on you anymore. Visit. For the best no-NG experience. Author's note. PEDs are performance-enhancing drugs. Steroids essentially, I had some for you, but if you don't want it, forget it. Lionel shook his head and sighed as though he was lamenting something. Fuck that. Give me the drugs. The six recovered quickly, surrounding Lionel with their eyes lit up. They didn't need to be a genius to know that Lionel had brought back good things. What happened to doling out punishment? Oh, Cap, you're a broad-minded person, right? You wouldn't fuss over such a little thing, right? Franco's eyes blinked innocently, but the movement of his big ears made it look like his head would fly away any moment now. Lionel laughed. To tell you the truth, I did bring back some good things that should help you get to the quasi-fifth dimension very quickly, but they'll still need to see whether your bodies can handle it. While on planet Solara, most of what Lionel had found were precious ores. Most of the herb ore had already been handed to Elther to feed the oryx for the next month. As for the other ores, they had been kept by Lionel for the sake of crafting. However, aside from these ores, near the core of the world, Lionel had found a small patch of force herbs. Visit for a better user experience for these herbs to grow in such harsh conditions. It wasn't a surprise that they were exceptionally valuable. Lionel had to rely on the dictionary to identify them since plants and such weren't part of his expertise. And he wasn't disappointed in the slightest. They were a fifth-dimension herb known as the bone-burning rose. According to the dictionary, in the hands of a force pill crafter, such an herb could be used to cleanse and strengthen the body all the way through to the quasi-sixth-dimensional level. The bad news was that Lionel wasn't such an expert, and Aina was no longer with him. The good news, however, was that there was a cruder method that required blending and diluting the herb with cleansing waters. Though it was a bit of a waste to use the force herb like this, it was for the best. Taking in a fifth-dimensional herb of such potency was obviously too difficult for their current bodies. But when diluted like this, it would take just enough edge off. In addition, thanks to the segmented cube's new abilities, as long as he saved a single stock of this force herb, he'd be able to make more of this herb in the future, so long as he absorbed enough fifth-dimensional force to do so, something the segmented cube had ample of. That said, according to the dictionary, the best state to take this crude concoction was after being pushed to your very limits. So, Lionel needed to run his brothers through the gauntlet first. Seeing the evil grin on Lionel's face, the eight suddenly felt a cold wind nip at their necks. They fused the image of the current Lionel with Coach Owen, causing traumatic memories of suicide runs in 40 degrees Celsius weather to resurface in their minds. Just as Lionel was about to explain, his head tilted in a certain direction. In the distance, he could see rolling black clouds heading in their direction. They were still several hundred miles away, but Lionel estimated it wouldn't be more than 2 or 3 hours before they made it here. Visit for a better user experience still, this wasn't what Lionel was looking at. It seemed his cousin was on this coast as well. Chapter 980. Chapter 983 Natural Basins. Lionel smiled as he saw Noah riding over with the daughter of the Grand Prime Minister Scarlet family, Jessica. The two sat on the back of an enormous turtle with an obsidian black shell. It was definitely the case that this creature was being controlled by Jessica's ability, and it was actually well into the fifth dimension as well. Lionel couldn't help but sigh to himself. This was a difference in talent. From what Lionel had seen in the outside world, finding someone who could battle the fifth dimension while being in the fourth was impossible out there. But here was Jessica, who was clearly still within the fourth dimension, using her talent to control a fifth-dimensional beast. In that case, couldn't it be said that she could fight across dimensions as well? The people of Earth might have been lacking in their foundation and their dimension level, but as the people of Terrain had learned firsthand, the talent granted to them by their abilities was so great that this gap could be closed. If it wasn't for the fact Lionel's ability was auxiliary and not strictly offensive, his own prowess would be even more exaggerated. Well, that might not necessarily be true, but Lionel was still a young man. He couldn't help but think that the grass was greener on the other side. As he aged and matured, he would definitely come to realize that his own ability was the most suited to him. If he had been born with an attack-type ability, let alone becoming stronger than he was now, he may very well become weaker. Noah, Jessica, it's good to see you. Lionel greeted with a smile, looking up toward them as they leaped down. Visit. For a better underscore user experience, the two were immediately caught off guard by Lionel's greeting. This was especially so for Noah. Lionel's attitude toward him had always been lukewarm. In fact, if it wasn't for the fact that he was Lionel's cousin, he might have already died at Lionel's hands. Of course, there was a good reason for this. For one, they hadn't grown up together like many cousins would. At the same time, the first time they met was on a battlefield. After Noah tried to kill the woman he presumed Lionel loved. So, it could be said that they had gotten off to a rocky start. The reason Noah had come over despite knowing the strain in their relationship was because he always put duty before his own comfort. He and Lionel were the princes of this generation. If they were on the same coast and yet didn't meet, it would make the people conjure up stories in their mind. If the imperial family wasn't a solid block, how would the empire be whole? However, he had never expected for Lionel to greet him so warmly. It almost caused him to falter. Ah, yes, right? Noah forced a smile of etiquette, his white gold hair fluttering in the salty winds. Is this your cousin Cap? Wow, I've seen him on live broadcast before. You really are a prince. Raj spoke foolish words as he tended to do, granting him a slap to the back of the head by Milan. What's that supposed to mean? You think Cap lied? Piss off, Raj snarled, rubbing the back of his head. I just meant it's kind of lame. If he was a prince, he should have told us a long time ago. Think about how many noble young women I've missed out on. The latest for open corsodies are on website. Keep dreaming. Even if Cap was emperor, it wouldn't help you get pussy, you tub of lard. Are you trying to go, Milan? I won't let you off easy like your Pop Arnold would. The hell did you say to me? Milan reacted like a cat who had his tail stepped on. Claiming Arnold was his better was definitely a reverse scale of his. Lionel shook his head. It seemed he overthought things about these guys growing stiff in the face of nobility. Let's go over there. These guys have gotten riled up, it seems. Lionel chuckled. I don't know a lot about this coast and how things are set up. Maybe you could clarify some things for me? Noah nodded, having already regained his composure. Yes, I can do that. The pair of cousins began to exchange information, and Lionel quickly gained a picture of just how things worked. When Earth was terraformed, it was designed with this day in mind, Noah explained. Though we combined all 7 continents, the truth is that Earth's mainland only has the equivalent land of about a third of that. The latest corsodies are on the website. Lionel nodded. He knew this as he was taught in school, but it was always explained away as a necessary trade-off, not something that was done out of necessity like Noah was explaining it now. Lionel could immediately think of several possibilities now that it had been brought to his attention, one of which Noah began to describe soon after. The remaining 2/3 of land was left to form underwater defensive measures. As Earth evolved beyond the 3rd dimension, those mechanisms will only become stronger with time. The first line of defense are the 3 natural basins. Essentially, most of the main continent is surrounded by shallow water not surpassing about 20 meters in depth. Essentially, powerful marine creatures avoid these areas as they're not deep enough to live in. These shallow waters stretch out for hundreds of miles from the coast and can essentially be counted as purposely flooded lands. Lionel's gaze narrowed. This was indeed a great defensive option. Even in the rare instance a powerful creature did make a move there, it would be easily handled. The 3 natural basins are the only locations surrounding the continent where this rule is broken. Not only are the waters not shallow, they're even purposely deep. Even right up into the coast, the water is as much as half a kilometer deep. An oceanic beast might not even realize they were approaching the coast as a result of this. These basins are shaped like water droplets with a narrow coast and a wide base. This allows many creatures in, but they begin to crowd the nearer they get to the coast. This leaves us with only about 100 miles to defend. We are currently at one of the 3 natural basins, the Royal Blue Basin. Lionel shook his head. His grandfather was an extraordinary genius. This wasn't something he could deny any longer. The latest corsodies are on the website. Chapter 981. Chapter 981 Storm. Is it fine for the both of us to be here? Lionel suddenly asked. His reasoning was fairly sound. It seemed that Emperor Fox was once again leaving these matters up to the younger generation mostly. However, Lionel and Noah were most definitely two of the most talented youths Earth had to offer. To send them to defend the same natural basin seemed like overkill. Lionel had picked to come here only because his brothers were here. But it wouldn't be much of an issue to move toward another natural basin before matters really began to get out of hand. Surprisingly, though, Noah shook his head. No, it's probably good that you're here. The northern and southern natural basins have an extra layer of defenses that come with the ice caps that surround them. The Royal Blue Natural Basin is the only one that has truly open waters, and due to the more favorable temperatures, there are a wider range of species in this region as well. Lionel nodded. He hadn't been certain of where the other basins were, as everything was underwater and well hidden. But if things were like this, it was perfect. This was definitely the most dangerous of the basins. Plus, if something went wrong with the other basins, Lionel was certain that he could get there in a timely fashion. Sound good? Lionel nodded before suddenly smiling toward Jessica. Jessica, right? If I had to guess, your Scarlet family probably controls Black City? Jessica blinked, shocked by the sudden change in the conversation. However, she didn't seem to grow as flustered as Noah, her emotions remaining even and calm. Visit. For the best no_energy experience, yes. Why do you ask? Just a guess. Lionel smiled, not explaining himself. He still hadn't decided whether it would be worth it to build another shop or not. It might just be an extra headache for no reason. Another storm is coming. Noah's gaze narrowed. By now, the black clouds Lionel had seen earlier were visible even to those who didn't have his senses. Considering Noah's serious expression, it seemed to be something that occurred every so often. Has this happened before? Lionel asked. It happens at least once a day now, sometimes twice. We think that there might be some high-level oceanic beast with a storm ability that's directing this. Directing? When Lionel thought of Little Black Star's intelligence, he didn't think that such a thing would be impossible. But the question was why? With enough intelligence to direct other beasts of its kind, shouldn't this creature also be smart enough to know that the Earth's surface wasn't a place it would live happily? It's actually quite intelligent. It could be said that among the oceanic beasts it directs, at least 80% are invalids. We think that it's using us to rid its kingdom of these scourges. Visit. For the best no_3 experience, Lionel's pupils constricted. It seemed that this answered his question perfectly. He had never seen an invalid from another species, but this was a good chance to saturate the silver tablet. Lionel still hadn't forgotten that the silver tablet needed such high and pure level force to function. What better target than a whole horde of invalids coming to deliver themselves to him? Even if he wouldn't get as many beast crystals as he was hoping for, this was a good opportunity nonetheless. Just 80%. Lionel suddenly realized an oddity. If this creature had perfect control, wouldn't it be 100%? That likely meant that this was something different from true control. Noah nodded, understanding Lionel. The storm is a bit special. It seems to accumulate a lot of the force from the death of the invalids before concentrating them into clouds. Then it rains down what seems to be a rain infused with high concentrations of force. This is registered like a small force eruption. Invalids are the most sensitive to such changes, but normal oceanic creatures, so long as they're close enough to the coast, will sense it as well. Lionel inwardly chuckled, suddenly remembering a battle he had with a particular octopus years ago. That was back during the days just absorbing force could send a whole host of invalids to kill you. Lionel had been particularly unlucky back then as a real beast from the sea came after him while he was carrying Aina on his back. So this beast is quite stingy. Not only is it making us fight its battles, but it's not letting us benefit from the force of the invalids either. Visit. For the best no_energy experience, Lionel had to admit that it was the perfect plan. It seemed that the humans weren't the only ones who had schemers among them. But Lionel really wanted to see which was better at absorbing force. The ability of this mysterious oceanic beast, or the silver tablet. It's coming. Noah looked toward Jessica and nodded, hopping back onto the back of the obsidian turtle. Lionel walked back toward his teammates, his mind spinning. He almost didn't notice when he stood amidst them. When he looked up and met their gazes, he suddenly grinned as a rip of thunder boomed across the skies. Let's go. Lionel shot into the distance, 8 of his brothers following closely behind him. A line of golden energy followed him. The instant he reached the edge of the beach, he jumped, the ground beneath his feet trembling as he shot up, landing on the first enormous cruiser and continuing to blaze a path forward. In just a few seconds, the group of 9 had made it to the very vanguard, standing at the helm of a cruiser ship and watching as the ocean waves slowly became more violent, the lush blue waters darkening to the point they became an inky black. At that moment, the howl of a beast shook the skies. Visit. For a better user experience, a blue whale the size of 3 cruisers stacked front to back shot out of the waters. One of its white eyes locked onto them as it rolled in the skies, a blank sort of greed hidden within. Then, it smashed down onto the surface of the ocean, causing a wave that rose up 200 meters to blanket their sights. Chapter 982. Chapter 982 Competition Hold. The roar of an admiral thundered in Lionel's ears. This region was under the control of Unit 7, which was under the command of Tier 7 Admiral Ellie. As one of the 3 central pillars of this natural basin, he was unfazed by this rolling wave and hardly reacted to the sudden appearance of Lionel and his brothers. As far as Admiral Ellie was concerned, the main backbone of this defense was and always would be the military. He would let these youths do as they pleased, but he would continue to command things as though they weren't there. The day he relied on these talents would be the day he died an early death. The 200-meter-tall wave seemed to cover all things. But this was hardly the most fearsome part of it. Hidden within, a whole host of carnivorous fish baring their teeth and beady little white eyes wiggled about, shooting forward outside of their control. However, while they might have struggled initially, when they caught the scent of fresh meat coming their way, they completely stopped. They rode the wave, a menacing killing intent bearing down on the souls of those on the backs of the cruisers. By now, many of the youths who had come here for fame and glory had long since taken a back seat. This wasn't the first storm they were experiencing, and they realized that they were in way over their heads. At least some of them, anyway. With this shedding of the weak, all those who stepped forward now were the cream of the crop. Despite the looming death wave that hung over him, Lionel turned his head to the side and locked eyes with a young man standing at the helm of a cruiser to his left. Much like Lionel, he too ignored the wave, having glanced toward Lionel's direction. Visit. For a better user experience, if Lionel had to describe this young man in one word, it would be vampire. If he had to describe him in 2, it would be handsome vampire. The young man was as thin as a pole, but had extraordinarily broad shoulders. His skin was an almost sickly pale color, as though he had just risen from a coffin, and he stood at nearly 7 feet tall. As though that wasn't damning enough, he had long, fluttering black hair that reached the small of his back, shimmering crimson eyes, and a nose and jawline so sharp that they could cut glass. The young man, seeing that Lionel was looking at him, smiled lightly. He crossed an arm across his chest and bowed slightly, a formal greeting of nobility. It was clear that he recognized Lionel as a prince and was adequately respectful considering the circumstances. Lionel smiled as well, returning the gesture. This was his very first time meeting someone from the moon. It seemed that they lived up to their reputation. Let alone the young man. All the youths that followed him had exceptionally pale complexions and tall statures. Even the women were well over 6 feet tall. Despite being separated by almost 300 meters, Lionel and the young man interacted as though they weren't more than 3 meters apart. The young man took this especially seriously as he actually began to mouth words toward Lionel. For Lionel, it was child's play to read the lips of someone. He immediately understood what this young man was saying. A competition, huh? Lionel grinned, gazing toward the people with the young man. He just so happened to have 8 people following him as well. All right, Careless. I accept. Careless' smile brightened. All around him, the air began to crack like shattered glass, causing Lionel's gaze to narrow. Visit. For the best no-underscore experience, what a powerful spatial ability. Careless excitement alone seemed to cause the world to tremble and crack at its seams. He didn't seem impacted by the fact this was among the most sturdy, fifth-dimensional worlds there was. You heard him, boys. What do you say? Lionel's aura changed, his pale violet eyes blazing to life. Hold! Admiral, Ellie roared again. In that same moment, Arnold slapped his palms together. The sound was so loud that even the claps of thunder above were drowned out. Universal force blazed to life around him. Lionel grinned. Careless grinned. Without a word, their teams shot out, the 2 young men still staring each other down as though they hadn't noticed the change behind themselves at all. Arnold took the helm, his strength soaring as his enormous body bolted through the air. His muscles rippled, his shirt shattering as though it was made out of glass and not pliable fabric. Whether it was his broad back or chest, it was filled with striations that shook one to their core. He rose his large palms into the air, universal force swirling about him. In one moment, everything seemed normal. In the next, a massive palm of energy suddenly manifested, swinging downward with a momentum that could crush all things toward the wave. Visit. For the best no-understanding experience opposite Arnold, a young lady had also jumped into the air. Joyce's aura flourished, her tiny fists tucking against her body before shooting out like blazing meteors. At first, the energies that coated them were just the same size as the fists they came from. But in the blink of an eye, it multiplied to a size that matched Arnold's palm. Bang, 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 bang. In an instant, a wave that rose up more than 200 meters was crushed. 2 holes, one shaped like a palm and another shaped like a fist, tore through, taking with it hundreds of carnivorous fish. At that very moment, both Lionel and Careless stretched out a palm. The 2 never took their eyes off of one another, but it was as though they could already see the blue whale on the other side of the 2 holes. Space shattered around Careless' palm, while a massive shield of translucent gold crystal formed before Lionel's. The world fell into absolute silence for a moment before a beam of grayish-black and a laser of bright, white gold tore through it all. The blue whale that had risen into the skies again, intent on sending another wave forward, froze in the air. For a moment, it seemed as though nothing had happened, the world entering a state of stillness. But then it happened. 2 enormous, bloody holes were torn through the blue whale's body. In the blink of an eye, it had lost 99% of its head, leaving nothing but a thin film of flesh and gore that had been the distance separating Lionel and Careless' attack. Bang! Visit. For the best known experience, the blue whale fell back to the ocean, dyeing the surface crimson. Just 2 chapters for today, June 20th, 22. Chapter 983. Chapter 983 beginning, the blue whale's corpse caused another enormous wave to shoot upward. However, the 16 men and women had long since been prepared, shooting through the holes Arnold and Joyce created to face the next oncoming curtain of black water. Drake took out a twin pair of pistols as he landed on the surface of the water, a layer of force protecting the soles of his feet. A twinkle lit in his eye when he raised them up, exuding an air of confidence the rookie hadn't had before. SHEU, SHEU, SHEU. His fingers began to move in rapid succession, causing another projectile to flash outward with every squeeze of the trigger. It felt as though he had the entire world within his domain. Every single one of his shots, without fail, pincered the brow of a carnivorous fish. It didn't seem to matter whether they were hiding deep within the black waters, nor did it matter that their images were distorted. None of it could escape Drake. The other 7 dropped down along with him. This time, Milan took the helm, a deep snort erupting from the depths of his chest. You think you could just blow a single hole through the wave and call it a day, Arnold? Huh. Milan's deep, rumbling voice shook the waves beneath his feet, his force rising to an unprecedented degree. He and the group behind him began to sink down as more and more of the dark waters were pushed to the side. Visit for the best Nunderskolan of Freedom of Energy experience, bang. At that moment, an enormous energy shield of silver shot out with Milan's body at the center. At first, it was just barely 8 meters tall, but in the next instant, it ballooned to over 300 meters tall and wide, dwarfing the second oncoming wave. Bang, bang, bang. The wall of black water was completely stone-walled, crashing against Milan's energy shield and even reflecting back with such force that a tsunami formed in the retreating direction. With a wink, the energy shield vanished, and the moon youth shot forward as well, smiling in Milan's direction as though to give him thanks. He'll take a date with any one of you beauties as repayment. Milan called out through the rumbling storm. Joyce snorted. You're too short for any one of us. An uproarious laughter came from Milan's back the moment these words fell. Raj and the rest were practically wheezing. The latest under Corsodies are on Underskoda website. Milan wasn't exactly short, but he was a tick beneath 6 feet tall. He was just more stocky than he was gifted height-wise. This made him the perfect size for anchoring an offensive line at the center. But to think he would be looked down upon like this. Another young lady who went by the name Alina winked in Milan's direction, clearly siding with Joyce on this matter. Her light giggles penetrated Milan's heart, causing it to crack and shatter. The only thing he was missing was a single tear rolling down his face. Damn it, Milan roared. They'll show you all the prowess of a short king. Keep up first, Joyce called out, already having separated them by a distance of 50 meters. Every time her fist flashed, an abyssal hole would form on the water's surface, mincing the fish that were just below into minced meat. Soon after, a whirlpool of surging black waters would form. The result was the ocean's surface growing more and more volatile every passing moment. The tsunami Milan had just reflected back began to roll backward, but the group of 16 was completely unfazed, their synergy only seeming to increase with every exchange. Alina's delicate feet touched the surface of the water. In the blink of an eye, several spiraling water javelins formed around her, and yet they reflected with such clarity that it almost looked as though they were instead polished works of black glass. However, as beautiful as they were even more deadly. These javelins shot forward, skewering the carnivorous fish. In fact, everyone seemed to reap the lives of at least 2 or 3. Though not as devastating as Joyce's fists, they were much faster, and there was an endless supply all around. Visit for the best experience. Just when it seemed that the tsunami would come back to wipe them out, Alina stretched a hand forward, causing the rolling waters to stop in its tracks. The fish within began to whine and struggle, suddenly finding it difficult to move within. Then, in a motion that could only be described as casual, Alina squeezed her palm shut. There was no eruption of blood, no shocking screech. There was just a sudden vacant noise, a chattering of teeth that they had gotten used to, knowing it was coming from the carnivorous fish, vanished. If it wasn't for the rumbling thunder above and the rain that was slowly beginning to fall on the battlefield, the silence would be pregnant. Milan's roar was cut short by this sight as he stared at Alina's back view. He looked as though he had been shocked out of his wits. He pressed his lips together, seemingly too scared to say anything more. At least, that was what it seemed like before his pursed lips began to whistle. Hey, tall beauty, wait for me. Milan suddenly called out, shooting forward. Forget him, I've got the height you want. Raj called out. And you've got the flub, she doesn't. Milan chided without looking back. The group shot ahead together, their momentum only growing as though they were just getting started. Visit for the best experience by this point. Their display had already raised the morale of the Ascension Empire military by a great deal. It wasn't just them, but the youths who had come here to display their talents also felt emboldened. There were more than 100 kilometers worth of coast to defend, so it wasn't surprising in the least that there were many other groups displaying the same kind of valor Lionel's brothers, and these moon youths were as well. However, as the rain began slowly picking up from a drizzle to a storm, and eventually becoming a torrential downpour that made it difficult even to see a meter ahead of yourself, it became very obvious very quickly that this was just the very beginning. Chapter 984. Chapter 984, which? Lionel and Carolus still stood facing one another, a light smile on their faces. It felt as though the torrential rain couldn't stop them, nor did it seem to touch even the hem of their clothing. A seemingly delicate barrier surrounded the both of them. Lionel's looked like a halo of golden light, while Carolus looked like arcs of grayish-black lightning which were, in truth, just the shattered glass of space. For now, all the fish that had come were barely B-grade within the fourth dimension, and that was only if the blue whale was part of the equation. As for the carnivorous fish, they were D-grade at best. To the current Lionel, and apparently to Carolus as well, even an SSS-grade existence within the fourth dimension would be child's play. So it was no wonder they had yet to move just yet. What Lionel found fascinating, though, was the fact the energy source of the blue whale really hadn't come to them. Though Lionel didn't seem to be paying attention to the battlefield, he truly was. He had easily seen that the stream of lights the blue whale had become had sunk down instead. This made it impossible to tell whether it was Lionel or Carolus who had landed the finishing blow on the oceanic beast. At that moment, when the rain seemed to reach its peak, several domes of water began to form in the water. It looked as though several looming waterfalls were forming, but none had a sheer cliff to fall from. These domes continued to rise, large swaths of water falling the top. Lionel's gaze shifted from Carolus to these domes of water. In the blink of an eye, several dozen had formed. Soon, there were hundreds. For a better user experience, someone with lesser senses would have thought that this was some sort of apocalyptic ability, but Lionel immediately saw through it all. Each one of those domes of water were enormous creatures of impossible sizes, and they had all come at once. As though affirmation was triggered by Lionel's thoughts, the first large discs of white formed. Amidst the darkening storm, the white irises of the invalid creatures shimmered like blinding lighthouses. Each one was 5 meters tall all on their own. Nothing needed to be said for just how large the bodies of such creatures were if their eyes were so enormous. Now things are getting interesting. Lionel's lip curled. Plus, if I didn't go out now, how am I supposed to steal this energy from this greedy beast? The disc of gold crystal still hovered by Lionel's hand. It was no surprise that this was refractive gold. Now, that Lionel was in the fifth dimension, manifesting the ores he had used to build the foundation of his body in the fourth dimension was as easy as breathing. With it, he could make a casual flicker of light into a beam that could eradicate an enormous creature with a thought, allowing him to use the same concept his sniper rifle used with much more flexibility. With a glance back toward Carolus, Lionel left him a smile before they both shot out. Lionel stepped into the air, plates of earth manifesting with his thoughts. For the best known interchange experience as for Carolus, he too stepped into the air. However, what was shocking was that his steps caused cracks of space to form. It was like he was stepping on space itself to ascend into the skies, a sight that showed just the level of control he had over his spatial affinity. At the same time as these two moved, no small number of others who deemed themselves to be on the same level did so as well. Among these, there was of course Jessica and Noah. Lionel, though, wasn't thinking about these individuals at all. He truly wanted to see just what sort of creature he was up against. The heads of the creatures finally rose up completely, the last of the water falling from their skulls to reveal colossal squids with bulbous heads that shimmered with various shades of pink to violet. Lionel's gaze flashed, several plates of refractive gold appearing around him to total 9. Not a single one was more than foot wide. But They alone exuded a murderous aura so potent that it felt like everyone around Lionel should retreat as far as possible. Like this, Lionel stood in the skies, having swapped in his plate of earth for his black surfboard. His hair danced about in the wind as the torrential rain seemed to wrap around him, not touching a single inch of his clothing. A hand rested in his pockets while the other stretched outward, causing the 9 shields of refractive gold to rotate about in a circle before him. Visit for a better user experience SHU. In that moment, a beam of golden light tore through the skies, piercing the head of a colossal squid. Compared to the enormous size of the creature, it looked no different from a needle poking at a human. And yet, the eyes of the colossal squid seemed to dim. What once was a gaze as bright as a lighthouse faded, and the creature began to collapse. However, before it could even hit the dark waters, it turned into motes of light. Lionel seemed to have almost not noticed the change at all. His 9 shields of refractive gold rotated once. The result was another beam of gold tearing its way forward. With every rotation, another colossal squid fell. They seemed to not even get the chance to attack before they were mowed down. As though a human machine gun, Lionel glided through the skies. His every action reaped another life. At this point, even Careless Lip was twitching. It had only been a single minute, but Lionel had already taken out over 60 of the colossal squids. What kind of competition was this exactly? He could tell that Lionel was making it look so easy because he was pinpointing their crystals and shattering them with a single strike. But if it was so easy to find such a thing within such an enormous body, wouldn't everyone be doing it? Visit for a better user experience. The skies became so saturated with so much fourth-dimensional force that it almost forced the darkening clouds back into believing it was daytime once again. It was then that Lionel took out a shimmering silver tablet, a smirk creeping up on his face. Which one will win? The silver tablet or you? Chapter 985. Chapter 985 Reawaken. The result was beyond Lionel's expectations. Though he had expected the silver tablet to win out, he hadn't expected the result to be so exaggerated, let alone the force of the invalids. It felt as though all the force of the world had suddenly surged toward him. In fact, he felt that much the same way this mysterious creature had somehow gained the ability to break the rules of the universe, so too could this tablet snatch the force of invalids others had killed. I see, with a bit of conscious thought, the tablet seemed to react to Lionel's wants, only snatching up the force provided by the squids he had defeated. With his speed, he didn't feel like he needed to snatch from others. The results spoke for themselves. Every step Lionel took through the air, another colossal squid would fall without even a chance to fight back for even a single moment. For below, his teammates shook their heads. What a show-off. Look at that. My tall beauties are looking at Cap with such sparkling eyes. This has to be classified as discrimination. Milan looked as though he had lost his soul. The latest Corsodies are on the website. He continued to use his energy shields to rip large amounts of fish out of the water for Drake to snipe out in a single breath. As they tag-teamed a wing, Joel and Gil tag-teamed another. Gil sent out arcs of lightning, shocking the large swaths of fish until they were frozen. Following up, Joel sent out strikes of his halberd, skewering them dead with his lethal blade chi. Without large amounts of earth around him, Raj probably experienced the greatest drop-off in his strength upon stepping out into these open waters. But he had come prepared. Large amounts of metal shavings hung around him almost like metallic sand. With a thought, this black sand would solidify into drill bits, even hardening to the point they shimmered like diamond. Raj's skill in fluctuating the hardness of the earth his controlled had grown exponentially. He could go to and from the quality of earth he wielded, depending on the situation, even up to the point he could now control these fine earth particles to act at his whim. Even though his fat jiggled with his every action, each one was still purposeful and powerful. A swing of his arm came with several tons of shimmering diamond, crushing the fish that stood in his way with impunity. Arnold's actions were just as if not even more overbearing. While Joyce was leaving whirlpools with her every punch, he left trenches that split the ocean in two. The oceanic beasts were being put through a grinder, but they were also steadily growing more powerful. Soon, the concentration of S and SS grade fourth-dimensional beast increased from 1 in 1,000 to 1 in 100. Eventually, it became 1 in 50. Visit. For a better Underscore user experience when things reach this point, the group of 16 could no longer push forward with naked abandon. Getting surrounded just once with such powerful creatures would be the equivalent to a death sentence. Though many of them were confident in taking on even fifth-dimensional creatures, the battle reaching this point meant that the true challenge was coming. Lionel had never taken his senses completely away from his teammates, but he didn't go to support them either. Though he was taking out these SS and SSS grade colossal squids one after another, that was about all he was doing for them. If they didn't reach the very end of their limits, they wouldn't be able to absorb the bone-burning rose properly. Lionel looked down at the tablet again, sending his senses into it. By now, he had taken out over 200 of the colossal squid in barely a few minutes. There were no lack of eyes on him as a result of this, but he acted as though he didn't notice at all. On the Unit 7 cruiser, Admiral Ellie was especially speechless. His unit hadn't even gotten a chance to do anything yet. All he could yell out every so often was hold. It had to be said that these cruisers didn't work on third-dimensional technology. Rather, they were designs created after studying the wreckage of the Shield Cross-Stars airship and were fueled by force crystals. The innovation of Earth truly shouldn't be underestimated. The confidence that everyone had for dealing with the inevitable fifth-dimensional creatures that would be coming were on the basis of these cruisers. To Lionel, though, it was too great a waste of treasures. Earth, no matter how much they had prepared, lacked proper force crafters. In order to make up a gap of skill, they used brute force instead. With the amount of resources they had poured into a single cruiser, let alone a cruiser that could face fifth-dimensional existences, Lionel could make one that could damn near eradicate a sixth-dimensional existence. That said, Lionel felt that this matter wasn't so simple as it seemed. If his grandfather had truly planned out everything for this moment, and even managed to somehow take a woman from a sixth-dimensional family as a wife, could it really be he didn't know to train a unit of force crafters? Visit. For the best known to experience Lionel, he felt like every time he understood Earth and his grandfather, he would only simply be peeling back another layer of mystery. Lionel shook his head before his expression brightened. Those over 200 colossal squid he had killed had accumulated enough force to awaken someone from the tablet. It seems to only be enough to awaken someone who didn't die, though. If I want to awaken someone who died in the zone, ITLL need Lionel's happy mood faded. From what he could see, he would need somewhere between 500 to 1,000 times the amount of force he had accumulated now to awaken a single dead comrade. But that person would be only the most normal of soldiers. If he wanted to awaken a talent like his good friend Rollin, he would need as much as 10,000 times the amount he had now. As for a supreme talent like the pure speedster Normand, he would need nearly 100,000 times. Lionel exhaled a long breath when his head suddenly snapped in a particular direction. HM, the latest underscore SODIs are on underscore the website. Chapter 986. Chapter 986 Crimson Lightning. Lionel suddenly sensed a strong surge. He could immediately tell that this aura was doing its best to snatch up the force that he had taken away. But the sudden change suddenly made a line toward where this suction was coming from clear and obvious. Without hesitation, Lionel shot into the distance. Before anyone could react to what he was doing, he had already shot over the horizon and disappeared into the storm. "Captain!" Joel called out to try to get Lionel to come back, but it was already too late. A frown immediately marred his brows. "Damn it. Careless stopped in the air as well. Beneath his feet, space fractured and cracked, causing the colossal squid beneath him to shatter as though it was made of glass. His lethality wasn't to be questioned. Maybe if it wasn't for the fact he couldn't use long-range attacks as freely as Lionel could, he wouldn't have fallen so far behind in their competition. But even he couldn't help but frown about Lionel's actions. There wasn't a single soul here who didn't think that Lionel was being far too reckless. There was a reason the basin was formed the way it was and why the cruisers and defenses were positioned as such. Leaving this place was akin to a death sentence. Visit for the best NG experience without the basin to funnel creatures. Those oceanic beasts no longer had to deal with crowding. However, that was just the tip of the iceberg. The most dangerous location was the choke point where the basin began. It was there that these creatures would realize that the ocean wasn't so wide and endless any longer, and they began to be funneled. The result of these was a large accumulation of powerful oceanic beasts stuck outside, waiting for their turn to charge in. To those creatures, the appearance of Lionel would be like a flame to a moth. There was a reason the creatures started small and slowly got bigger and bigger as the battle went on. This was because it was easiest for these small creatures to squeeze through, leaving the true behemoths stuck on the outside. Lionel was playing with his life. To these creatures, even jumping several kilometers into the air wasn't a problem in the slightest. And many of them were talents that would have various abilities that would allow them to fly not much unlike Lionel himself and Careless. He was really dancing on Death's Blade. He must have sensed it. I sensed it too, but I wasn't able to lock on quickly enough. It seems his senses are more powerful than mine. Careless frowned, not because Lionel had bettered him, but rather because even he wasn't confident in delving into a sea of creatures like that, at least not until he reached the 5th dimension and the restrictions on his ability loosened. Visit. For a better user experience, he gripped his fists. I need to enter soon. His father had told him that Earth would likely face another war very soon. In fact, their enemies might very well be bearing down already. He couldn't afford to be slow. Lionel continued to shoot forward. He had, in fact, heard Joel's call, but everyone was still underestimating him, quite frankly. With his senses, he could blanket hundreds of kilometers with his internal sight. Let alone having to be warned, he could see the danger up ahead live and in person. There was no surprise waiting for him. But if he could kill this creature, he would effectively solve all of Earth's problems in one sweep. He too could tell that there was likely war looming over the horizon. They couldn't afford to split their attention like they were currently. On the one hand, this was a good way of training up warriors. But on the other, if this went on too long, especially without those fighting on the coast being able to absorb the force the invalids released, it would be a detriment rather than a positive. Visit. For the best noticeable experience, Lionel's refractive gold shield continued to rotate as he flew. Large octopus arms and flying sword fish competed to swat him out of the skies and skewer him. But he dodged them with a deft ease, shooting out a single golden beam to kill them all. At first, these flashes of gold were all that told those he had left behind that he was still alive. But very soon, he had grown too far away for even those blinding lights to reach them. The rain and the darkness was too much to see through. As Lionel tore a path through the skies, allowing the silver tablet to swallow up the force he earned, the creatures only seemed to grow more powerful. The first quasi-fifth-dimensional creature appeared, and its aura seemed to tower over the others. The shark sat menacingly in the waters, the surrounding 10 meters around it completely empty of other creatures. It had deep crimson eyes and was actually the first non-invalid Lionel had run across. Sparks of what looked like blood-drenched lightning coursed around its fin. Every so often, a spark would light the black waters around it, resulting in a sizzling fog that quickly vanished into the air. Lionel had planned on just shooting over this creature, but when he saw this odd, corrosive lightning, his interest was piqued. He wondered if Gil could evolve his lightning if he used this shark's beast crystal. Though Gil was a speedster, due to the fact it was element-based, he gained lightning affinity along with it. The latest _sodies are on the website. Right now, Gil only used normal natural lightning force. But this blood-red lightning seemed to be at least top 100 among lightning elemental forces in Lionel's estimation. Plus, I need to gather up some high-quality meat for everyone to eat. I can't skip over these creatures. Making a decision, Lionel rose a hand. But he was shocked to find that the instant he did, the menacing glare of the shark vanished as it turned tail and ran. Chapter 987. Chapter 987. Size Lionel was shocked for a moment before he chuckled. It seemed that this beast had already realized it stood no chance. Unfortunately for it, it likewise stood no chance of running away either. Lionel shot downward, weaving through the several suction-cupped arms of the enormous octopuses and squids in the surroundings. The jet-black surfboard touched the surface of the water, shooting after the shark. However, seemingly realizing that it was being chased, the shark dove into the sea, diving downward as it continued to swim away. Lionel's gaze narrowed, but he also dove downward without hesitation. That said, he wasn't completely unprepared. He pressed his palms forward, causing 4 triangular sheets of fourth-dimensional star core to form. They pressed together, forming a prism without a base and allowing Lionel to drill into the ocean. It shot forward with such speed that an air pocket formed right behind it, leaving Lionel untouched. At the same time, the 9 shield of refractive gold shattered beneath the water pressure and speed. Unfortunately, the reason the Lionel had to rotate the gold crystal shield to begin with rather than just continuously using one was because he had to repair them after each use. After all, refractive gold was a 4th-dimensional, or while Lionel's light elemental force was in the 5th dimension. The fact that it could even survive a single beam was a testament to Lionel's crafting skill in choosing the perfect crystal structure. But now that Lionel was rushing forward like this, their fragility was exposed. In addition, Lionel knew that the beams of light he produced with the shields wouldn't be enough to kill this shark. That was why he hadn't even tried. It was fine for dealing with cannon fodder of the 4th dimension, but a creature so close to the 5th dimension, especially one that was living like this, was a completely different story. Luckily, Starcore was known for its sturdiness, allowing Lionel to keep up the speed. Visit. For the best energy experience soon, he caught up to the shark at the point they were already 100 meters below surface level. A spear appeared in his hand, and a low roar left his lips. The moment it did, a surge of force shot out from Lionel's body, causing a sphere of air to appear around him as all the water in the surroundings was forced away. The shark suddenly found itself like a fish out of water, gasping for breath without recourse. It fell through the air pocket, flailing about. Unable to fight back, it could only watch as Lionel severed its head from the rest of its body. What a large shark! The shark was at least 50 meters long. Lionel wasn't exactly a marine biologist, but he knew enough to know that creatures of this size should be rare, even in the sea. And yet, it felt like they were suddenly everywhere now. It seemed like the best explanation was that this was just the result of the increasing dimensions on beasts. But why was it that little black star hadn't increased in size? And why was it that humans didn't seem to grow larger either? At least not to such an exaggerated extent, anyway. Lionel shook his head, quickly catching the shark and allowing it into the segmented cube before the walls of water closed in around him again. He quickly shot upward with his prism of star core, leading the way once more. Lionel's gaze narrowed, just as he was about to reach the surface. With a flick of his fingers, his star core prism split, a rush of water threatening to crush him the instant it did. But he was prepared for this long ago. With a clench of his fists, Lionel sent a punch, surging with universal force flying forward. Visit. For the best no_underscore experience bang. 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 The column of water shattered. At the same time, 4 blade-like pieces of star core shot out, slicing apart tens of oceanic beasts into minced meat as Lionel rose back into the skies, a rain of blood that soon turned to motes of light hovering around him. Lionel flipped over his palm, causing a large beast crystal to appear. Its insides flickered with a wild red lightning that made Lionel narrow his eyes. Maybe I underestimated this force. Top 100 might just be a minimum. The force was weak to him because it was still fourth-dimensional and it had come from a beast he easily killed. But this was mostly because Lionel himself was in the fifth dimension. This had little to do with the actual strength of the lightning. After all, not every force could be as powerful as his Scarlet Star force, capable of injuring those even dimensions above it. The fact that this lightning could catch his eye at all was a testament to its strength. Lionel nodded and put the beast crystal away. Even if he didn't end up giving it to Gil, he still hadn't forgotten that he had mainly come here to earn money to begin with. That said, Lionel had a feeling that the beast crystal of the creature controlling all of this would be far more valuable. Lionel tore a path into the distance, but very quickly came to a stop again. What he saw this time left him speechless. A beaver the size of a mountain. A crocodile that dwarfed a blue whale. A black swan twice his own height. Swordfish so numerous they formed several formations of their own. Ravenous carnivorous fish led by a rainbow scale piranha that looked like it could be its own island. This sort of lineup was enough to make anyone go numb, but Lionel was speechless because of something completely different. Visit. For a better user experience, this creature is actually so cowardly. I'm still hundreds of miles from its locations, and yet it already sent this sort of vanguard after me. Lionel knew now that the creature couldn't move far from the location he sensed it from, or else the storm would disperse. That much made sense. But it actually didn't even wait for Lionel to get remotely close for it to send these freaks of nature after him. The only way for these creatures to have gotten here now was for them to have been sent the instant that creature felt Lionel lock onto it. For one, for this creature to actually sense Lionel's internal sight was one matter. Even when Lionel was in the third dimension, no one could do that. And yet, this creature had, even though Lionel was currently in the fifth dimension. Secondly, for the creature to react like this only had two explanations. Either it hated taking risks, or it was cowardly to an extreme. How could Lionel not be speechless? To make matters more shocking, Lionel had yet to run into a single fifth-dimensional beast in his time here, but there were suddenly hundreds of them before him now, including the school of endless swordfish. At least they're all Tier 1. Lionel was about to learn very quickly that a Tier 1 talent from Earth meant something far different than a Tier talent from the worlds he had been running around on recently. And a Tier 1 talent from a world like this that also happened to be a beast. Well, that was another sort of death sentence altogether. It could be said that everyone was perfectly correct that Lionel had gone out seeking to die. The latest _open courses are on _ska website. At that moment, the mountain-sized beaver suddenly raised its flat tail. In that instant, Lionel's pupils constricted into pinholes. Chapter 988. Chapter 988 Mountainous Creature Shit. Just the wind pressure of the beaver's tail alone almost sent Lionel flying into the distance. He realized at that moment alone that a Tier 1 expert that shared his size was completely different from a Tier 1 expert that was so large. That much power scale to a body that large was obscene on several levels. And that didn't even consider just how much more talented they were than other beasts of their kind to begin with. Bang! It was like someone had suddenly slammed a frying pan with a 50-meter diameter onto the surface of the water. The waves immediately shot into the skies. Whatever darkness there had already been was instantly plunged into an even darker state of blackness. Whereas there was still a flash of color previously due to lightning streaking through the skies, at this moment, it was as though Lionel had fallen into an abyss. Water seemed harmless to most people, but that was only because of the usual state it was run across in. However, it couldn't be forgotten that water had its own weight and could very easily become among the most dangerous materials in the world given the right circumstances. Lionel saw this wave as hardly any different from how a normal human would see a palm swipe from a grizzly bear. Visit. For the best experience without hesitation, Lionel immediately activated his bronze runes and donned his silver divine armor. Reflecting beneath the blacks, the silver gained a dark hue to it that gave it a sinister vibe. The instant his visor covered his gaze, the surfboard beneath Lionel's feet vanished as he truly stepped into the air. His body blinked and vanished, appearing past the tall wave and above the beaver. With a spin of his spear, his universal force and spear force surged, the golden mark of a spear appearing to hover before the forehead of his helmet. However, before Lionel could even attempt to end the beaver's life, he felt several dangerous auras lock onto him. Lionel could hardly react as dozens of swordfish shot out from the dark water. They pierced through the heavily falling rain and the fog of darkness like cutting blades. They were so fast that Lionel's internal sight almost failed to lock onto them, causing his pupils to constrict. Their coordinating, Lionel's blackwood spear immediately shifted, his feet sweeping through the air as he changed his stance. He took a heavy step backward, causing a boom across the air and instantly sent over 10 piercing strikes forward. Ding! 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 The odd sound of cross between his flesh and blade resounded. Lionel quickly deflected many of these swordfish, sending them flying past his shoulder. However, these well-coordinated attacks didn't seem to have any intention on stopping anytime soon. The latest news for Sodis are on website. Lionel had hardly finished his last pierce when a flutter of black appeared before him. He caught a fluttering black feather out of the corner of his eye. In most circumstances, it would seem like an ominous sign, and that it was. The black swan seemed to have only needed a single flap of its wings to appear before Lionel. Its wings were coated in a dark, side-like energy that split the air in its path. Lionel almost didn't notice its presence, and when he finally did, its wing was already before his throat. It was right at that moment that Lionel's demeanor changed. It only took him a few exchanges to understand that these weren't simple opponents. Not only did they seem to have intelligence matching that of humans, but they also had individual power that made him feel somewhat numb. Any singular mistake might truly cost him his life. In that case, it was time to be serious. Beneath his visor, his expression suddenly became a deathly cold. Seemingly sensing something, the black swan suddenly rolled itself into a ball, vanishing into the shadows and teleporting dozens of meters away. That's Little Black Star's ability. Does it also have a shadow world? Lionel made a mental note, but he had already stepped across the skies. A next volley of swordfish had already appeared before him. They tore through the skies even more menacingly than they had in the past, seemingly having used the beaver's tail as a springboard this time. Visit. For the best experience, another wall of wind threatened to send Lionel flying into the distance. But he held his ground, the tip of his spear vibrating for just a moment. Meteoric impact. Every time Lionel's spear swept forward, another swordfish would be blasted into minced meat. The penetrating power of his spear force seemed to have increased to another level, almost making it seem as though they were being destroyed from the inside out. It was then that the enormous blue whale, dwarfing crocodile, seemed to have finished preparing something, its gaze seething as it locked onto Lionel. It was clear that the sudden murder of so many of its comrades had infuriated it. It opened its large mouth, revealing a row of shimmering, jagged teeth. Unlike what one might expect from crocodile's mouth, it was eerily clean, almost as though it hadn't had a drop of meat in its lifetime, something Lionel felt should have been impossible. However, what happened next gave Lionel all the explanation he needed. Beneath the ocean's surface, the crocodile's stomach had bulged to 3 times its original size. The instant it opened its mouth, its neck followed the same pattern. Its scales stretched so thin that the translucent skin between them became obvious, reddening beneath the strain. And then, it roared. Visit. For the best experience, A jet of a water the likes of which put the previous wave to shame suddenly erupted. It was so violent that the sound barrier shattered instantly, concentric circles of air being torn and blasted apart as it ripped a path toward Lionel. In one blink, it had exited the crocodile's mouth, but in the next, it had already swallowed Lionel whole, far too quick for him to react. Chapter 989. Chapter 989. No way. Lionel felt as though all the bones in his body were being shattered. Even his divine armor cracked in several places, finding it difficult to hold up. It was as though he was being crushed by a continuous wall that only seemed to grow more powerful as he was shot into the air. Blood flew from Lionel's mouth, marring the inside of his silver helmet. He knew well that if it wasn't for his divine armor space domain being activated by him in the last moment, he would have already been crushed into minced meat. By the time the last of the water vanished, Lionel had been blown so high into the atmosphere that he could see the light of day again. His armor was filled with cracks from head to toe, and his body felt like it was on the verge of collapsing. It was only thanks to a combination of his spatial domain and his metal body that he was still able to hold onto his consciousness. Damn, Lionel coughed. If only he had the luxury of taking a breathing. Unfortunately, that was exactly what he didn't have. Seemingly sensing that Lionel was somehow still alive, the black swan appeared from thin air, delicate black feathers once again signaling its appearance. Its wings pierced toward Lionel's neck once again. Somehow, its feathers felt like an abyssal black hole. They had no weight or depth to them and seemed endless. A single touch from them could result in someone becoming just as empty. Visit. For the best known experience before it could slice through Lionel, he vanished once again. His body might have been collapsing, but his dream force was just fine. There was nothing in this world stopping him from casting spells, nor did he have any intention of dying in this place. The black swan seemed to realize that something was wrong, but it was already too late. Valiant seal. To form 4 pillars took more than half of Lionel's stamina, but that was if he was on the ground. Because he had to accumulate his own earth force without relying on the earth, the difficulty suddenly skyrocketed, taking with it at least 70% of his stamina. However, this time, Lionel felt he only needed 3, so it took up just over 50%. At that moment, the skies trembled. 3 pillars etched with ancient carvings appeared around the black swan in an instant. It immediately tried to blink away as it had done before, but just when it rolled onto itself, vanishing into the shadows to blink away, there was a sudden spine-tingling sound of bones snapping and breaking. Bang! The neck of the black swan was twisted into an odd angle. Lionel hadn't even needed to do anything before its vitality began to fade away. Visit. For a better user experience, as expected, the black swan wasn't teleporting, it was rather moving through space at an alarming speed. When it entered its shadow world, its speed had almost no limits on it as it was no longer corporeal, so it would feel as though it was teleporting. However, the barriers of Lionel's valiant seal were almost like the barriers to a world. Trying to charge through that, even with a shadow world, would be impossible. In fact, even if the black swan was truly teleporting, it would have been in for the same rude awakening. The black swan just so happened to lead with its neck, the most fragile part of its body, so it was unlucky in seeking its own death without understanding the situation it was in. But this saved Lionel the stamina he would need to use to truly finish this battle. He took deep breaths, stepping into the triangle of pillars and stretching out a palm. Twinkling lily, carnivorous stem. At that moment, delicate flower petals formed of light elemental force began to form around Lionel. However, their beauty only lasted for a moment before they suddenly whipped out with vines. The vines themselves were quite beautiful, being coated with delicate, white cotton filaments. But their actions were horrifying. They latched onto the body of the dying black swan, tearing into its flesh and pumping out its vitality. Lionel could feel his body quickly healing. In just a few breaths, not only was he back in top condition, but even his divine armor had been healed of all its cracks. The body of the black swan turned to ash, leaving behind a beast crystal swirling with black fog. Lionel could tell that it was of exceptional quality. It would most definitely sell for quite a number. Visit. For the best experience, Lionel took a deep breath. The dimensional verse was really too unpredictable. He knew that it was a bit reckless to rush out into the ocean all alone like this. However, if that creature wasn't handled, it would only cause more problems in the future. Lionel felt like he was the only one who could do it. Of course, a part of him also understood that his grandfather had such great control over Earth that he could have likely stopped this already if he wanted to. It was once again a case of Lionel and his grandfather's ideologies clashing. Emperor Fox likely believed that this was a good method of tempering his people, while Lionel didn't feel like lives needed to be risked needlessly. And yet, here he was, risking his life. Lionel shook his head, putting his blackwood spear away. He flipped his palm to reveal another. It radiated the aura of a quasi-silver spear, but it was very much different from the silver spear he usually used. It had a blade on just one end, and it almost looked like a trident. However, its second and third blade were so small in comparison to the middle blade that they almost looked like accessories. The body of the spear was coated in beautiful sapphire scales, and its blade was a translucent blue crystal that the waters below seemed to have already reacted to. Visit. For the best read on NG experience, let's end this quickly. Lionel thought, shooting forward. Lionel had no way of knowing that he wasn't the only one gunning for this mysterious, storm-controlling creature. Chapter 990. Chapter 990 Logic across the dimensional verse. In a familiar villa, just days after undergoing what could be considered to be a life-altering change, Aina's eyelashes finally fluttered open. The first thing she felt was herself being hit by a wave of memories. As though she was reliving her own life piece by piece, she recalled everything with striking clarity. If it had to be described, it felt like she was a computer downloading files one by one. She stared blankly at the ceiling, all sort of weird emotions coming one after another, but she didn't quite know or understand how to process them. It was similar to how a child might not understand the complex inner workings of relationship dynamics. A child might comprehend surface emotions, but complex, multi-layered ones would be beyond their comprehension. At the same time, empathy would also be something difficult for them to grasp, at least not when it came to placing another above themselves. These matters became very complicated, very quickly. A toddler might be able to understand emotions by reading someone's facial expressions, but they wouldn't necessarily understand that someone's outward showing of emotion might be different from what they felt on the inside. And even if an older child might understand this, they wouldn't understand more complex emotions like bittersweetness, nor would they grasp morality and beliefs and how it might connect to what a person was feeling. Aina didn't lose her memories, nor did she lose her ability to feel emotion. But what she had lost was the ability she had built over her more than 2 decades of life, how to interpret and maneuver around her own feelings and that of others. And when it was all boiled down, wasn't this the core of what a person would call personality? Visit. For the best experience things like holding onto 2 frames of mind at the same time, how to control impulses and the emotions that came with them, or what sort of morality should govern her emotions had all been lost on Aina. The result of this was Aina becoming somewhat detached from her emotions, not because she didn't have them, but because she didn't quite understand what they meant. Even her sense of self hadn't quite redeveloped. So while logic told her that the person in her memories was indeed herself, she still couldn't quite connect to this version of Aina. It was like she was trying to fit together 2 puzzle pieces that were misaligned. No matter how hard she pushed, she couldn't quite fit them together. Aina blinked. She turned her head toward the voice, but there was a lack of recognition in her eyes. It was clear that she had turned not because she heard her name, but rather because someone had spoken when she had thought the world was filled with silence. It was quite a unique feeling. It was almost like she was a baby hearing sound for the first time. While she had been going through her memories, she hadn't quite grasped that everything she remembered had sound attached to it. So, for those brief moments, she thought that the world was soundless and she was okay with that, only to come to find out that she was wrong about this. The latest underscrutiny corsodies are on underscruta website. Yuri stood over Aina's bed with Savon by her side. By now, Savon had already been briefed on what was going on with Aina, so she had agreed to stay by Aina's side until she could finally manage to fit those two pieces together again. Seeing the somewhat blank look Aina was giving them, Savon was shaken. There was a hint of recognition in Aina's eyes, but it didn't come with the same emotion it should have usually come with. It was almost like the two of them had been estranged. It was a truly odd feeling. Aina clearly remembered them, but it was like she might as well not have. Oh, Aina tried to speak, but it felt somewhat foreign. She paused and adjusted her voice to speak again. But it came with a sudden blast of mental coercion that made Yuri and Savon shiver. The wave of soul force whipped about the estate, causing many to freeze in their tracks. And yet, Aina had only spoken a single syllable. Yuri's pupils constricted. Adoptive father was correct. With her mental blocks gone, her talent has been fully unleashed. I never thought that the difference would be so exaggerated. Visit. For the best experience, seemingly realizing that something was wrong, Aina closed her mouth again. She felt like a piece of her was going away whenever she spoke, and it made her feel weird, almost like she could project herself onto the outside world. An added layer of complexity that was difficult to manage suddenly manifested itself. Yuri had no idea how Aina's ability to project her will onto the world would affect the rebirth of her personality. At first, Aina was a bit cautious with speaking, finding the novel feeling somewhat odd. In her memories, she could tell that she always had this ability, but she consciously reined it in after she awakened it. However, she couldn't quite understand why. For what she could tell, there were two reasons. First was that it was wrong to coerce people, and the second was that it saved stamina for battle. No matter how hard Aina tried, she couldn't quite come up with a reason that justified the first. Why was it wrong to coerce people? However, when she traveled down the rabbit hole of the second reason, she found it made more and more sense. Battle was about survival, and every human wanted to survive. Apparently, she really liked to battle. It was exciting. She also liked to win. Winning was fun. In that case, it made sense to save power for those moments. They call it logic. Visit. For the best noticeable experience, Aina thought aloud, not quite realizing that she should be thinking in her head. After Yuri spoke, she thought that all her memories had sound to them, including her personal thoughts. So, she spoke them out loud, not quite knowing better. Logic. He likes logic, right? Yuri blinked. She could tell who he was immediately. Chapter 991. Chapter 991 Water Domain Spear. Aina didn't seem to need much convincing that survival and battle were important. Maybe she felt that these things were extremely fundamental and didn't need to be explained further, or maybe she was just not aware of the hypocrisy of her own thoughts. She easily accepted one thing she liked, but couldn't easily accept something that could be deemed as her sacrificing for the sake of someone else. At the same time, she also found that she very much liked the concept of this logic. She sat up from her bed a bit too easily. Luckily, she didn't use excessive strength of she may very well have hit the ceiling already. She blinked and looked around. If you use logic for everything, things become very easy, right? And it didn't seem to be speaking to anyone in particular. It was only then that Yuri and Savon realized that she was thinking out loud, leaving them somewhat speechless. They looked toward one another, but didn't say much. Just talking aloud had already shifted Aina's mentality so much they were almost scared to say anything more. At the same time, though, wouldn't everyone be speaking around her? It wasn't exactly like they could just shelter her from everything or else that would defeat the entire purpose. So, rather than staying silent, Yuri tried to start a conversation. Logic? Why do you say that? Oh, because my memories say that I love him, but I don't understand why. I thought that if maybe I thought like him, then I could understand. I also like the way he thinks. It seems to make sense. Visit. For the best, no understanding for you understand the experience, Anna blinked. Yuri didn't know if it was an illusion or not, but Anna's golden eyes seemed to grow brighter whenever she said him. They practically radiated air own light at this point, making it difficult for Yuri to look at her directly. I see. Yuri nodded. So what do you want to do? Right? Train. Anna's eyes lit up. She found in her memories that she really liked to do that. And she felt it was logical, too. The more training she did, the more powerful she would become, and the more battles she would win. Also, the more fit that she was, and the stronger she became, the longer she would live and the higher her chance at survival would be. These things all made logical sense to her. Plus, she felt something in her blood calling out to her. She really wanted to swing a blade. The bigger, the better. Before Yuri and Savon could react, Aina had already dashed by them, her speed seemingly having increased by several levels. If it wasn't for Yuri's powerful mind, Aina would look no different from a blur to her. Yuri could sense that Aina's blood was flowing far more smoothly. If in the past it had been working against her, it was now working with her side by side to the point their sum was exponential of what it had been before. When Yuri and Savon finally caught up, they found Aina standing in the courtyard, but there was a slight panic on their faces. The current Aina truly looked like an untouchable fairy. She had a bright, childish smile on her face as she swung her axe. But this wasn't the main problem. Visit. For a better user experience, the issue was that she was wearing a silk nightgown that Yuri had put on her after helping her clean herself thoroughly during the last few days. It came to her knees, but the string straps that hung from her shoulders revealed much of her alluring collarbone and graceful arms. Though she hadn't exposed anything too unseemly just yet, with every flutter of the wind the gown came closer and closer to doing so, riding up the elegant curve of her thighs and hips. Luckily, Aina was wearing proper undergarments, or the sight might have been even more scandalous than it was now. But everything from her long, fluttering hair to the delicate structure of her face made it feel as though the world was revolving around her. The servants of the estate all had come to a grinding halt. Most of them were women, but there were most definitely some men around. This was the very first time they had seen Aina without her mask on, and they felt shaken to their cores. The way the silk wrapped around her toned belly and nearly split down her too round, bouncing cheeks was enough to make almost anyone faint from desire. Aina! Yuri rushed forward with a blanket, covering Aina completely and almost getting her head cut off in the process. Aina blinked in confusion, not sure why Yuri was stopping her. Her first instinct was to fling Yuri away from her, but her memories told her that this was a bad thing to do, even though she didn't quite understand why. However, what was obvious was that she was visibly annoyed. She glared at Yuri, causing the latter to shiver uncontrollably. She could sense a killing intent pervading Aina's gaze that made her blood run cold. Visit. For a better user experience, just when Yuri was at a loss for what to do, a figure entered the courtyard under the escort of a maid and Aina's father. This figure had a servant of his own by his side, carrying a box that held several precious ingredients to wish Aina a speedy recovery. However, when he laid eyes on Aina, he stood frozen. Even though she stood in such an odd position, holding a massive axe in one hand and with Yuri draping a large curtain over her body, he still felt as though all things had stopped. Richard had never seen such a beautiful woman in his life. Across the dimensional verse, deep within a storm, a young man swung a trident-like spear, violent whirlpools of volatile water surging around him. 3 pillars carved with ancient patterns swirled about him like an ultimate defense. He weaved in and out of large swaths of oceanic beasts like he too was a fish in water, his momentum only climbing and growing. raising up his water domain spear. Its dragon-like sapphire spear heeded his call. The roar of a flood dragon shook the skies as several water serpents surged out from the blackened ocean. Lionel stood amidst them all, several carcasses of colossal beasts floating about the surface around him. "Get out of my way!" His voice reverberated like a low, rumbling growl. For reasons he wasn't quite certain of, he suddenly felt enraged. The latest _course are on _the website. Chapter 992. Chapter 992. Flexibility. Horned water serpents wrapped around Lionel as though they were flood dragons. Every time he swept his spear forward, one would blast through the air with no less strength than the water beam of the crocodile. Carnivorous fish and swaths of swordfish were shattered on impact, erupting in a blood mist that was instantly swallowed up by the dark waters. Lionel stepped onto the surface of the ocean, whirlpools surrounding his feet and making it almost impossible for anything to attack him from below. His spear spun in his hands, the roar of the flood dragons fusing the booming thunder above. Beneath the surface of the water, schools of carnivorous fish tore a path toward Lionel's feet. However, they were shredded to pieces the instant they entered the range of the whirlpools. Even in the darkness, the blood around where Lionel stood grew so concentrated that the blackness of the sea became a deep magenta. A violet fog hung around Lionel, fusing into his domain and making its strength and range increase by several-fold. At that moment, the blue whale, dwarfing crocodile, had prepared another projectile, sending it beaming across the ocean's surface and toward Lionel. Right then, it was like the waters had been split in two. The surface curved and bent away from the thick pillar of sonic booming water. Just the trench alone was as much as 100 meters deep, making one feel especially small beneath the vastness of the ocean. Visit. For a better user experience, however, Lionel didn't even look in that direction. 3 ancient pillars that had been revolving around him suddenly sprung into action on their own, splitting 2 away from the group. Bang! 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 A sheet of spatial force seemed to separate Lionel from the world of the crocodile. No matter how the beam bashed and banged against the 2 connected pillars, they did nothing more than tremble slightly. Just when it seemed that things were finished, the 3rd pillar suddenly acted, forming the triangular formation once again. But this time, the beam suddenly found itself passing through the initial barrier and becoming trapped. Under the shocked horror of the crocodile, the pillars rotated and space distorted. At that instant, the beam of water that had been as straight as an arrow warped, curving back toward the mountainous crocodile. A roar pierced the skies, but the crocodile couldn't react in time. It was pierced right through the eye, its scale erupting into a rain of hard carapace, flesh, and blood. The crocodile was rocked out of the ocean and sent shooting backward, even crashing into the beaver. Lionel vanished, appearing above the 2 rolling beasts. His silver armor shimmered beneath the dark hues, the frequent streaks of lightning that rumbled the skies above causing the lighting and shadows to dance across its peaks and crevices, making Lionel look quite menacing despite the fact his face was hidden from view. Visit. For the best experience, seemingly sensing that something bad was about to happen, the island-sized piranha stopped commanding its carnivorous fish after Lionel and took action itself, quickly trying to close the distance. But by then, Lionel had already raised his spear high into the skies. The countless flood dragons surrounding him began to revolve, quickly fusing into a singular, snaking dragon whose roar tore a hole in the dense black clouds above, revealing a singular ray of sunlight that shone down upon Lionel. Lionel's blade descended, the water dragon fusing into one with his downward momentum. SHU. Bang, bang, bang. Lionel ripped a gaping wound right through the crocodile's injured eye, turning its brain into minced meat. But, as though that wasn't enough, The water dragon didn't pause for even a moment, shooting out of the crocodile's body and ripping right through the mountain-sized beaver it had collided with. Lionel shot back into the skies, a tornado of crimson blood following his wake. He roared beside himself, shaking the rainbow piranha to its core. However, it was already too late by the time the piranha realized it had fallen into a trap. Its head separated from its body, leaving a trail of fishy organs as it continued to swim forward several dozen meters before it realized what had happened. Only the moment before its gaze dimmed did it realize that it had swam between two of Lionel's pillars. Visit. For the best no experience, Lionel took a deep breath, his heart still simmering. The power and flexibility of his valiant seal technique couldn't be underestimated. It was most definitely the core reason he won this battle, even beyond his quasi-silver water domain spear. And the best part was that after they had been summoned, the stamina it took to sustain them was far less. However, Lionel didn't have the mind to care right now. He shook his head, not quite understanding why his emotions were so agitated. He had been in quite good control of his own mind recently. This was definitely odd. Shaking his head again and forcing the crimson from his eyes to recede, Lionel didn't bother to unsummon his divine armor. He had a feeling that he would be needing it again quite soon. Instead, he began to allow the massive corpses littered around him into the segmented cube. Quite soon, he had 3 enormous beast crystals before him, one from the beaver, another from the crocodile, and the last from the rainbow piranha. This beaver has very powerful physical abilities. It'll be good for Franco to absorb this. I had thought that this crocodile had a water-based ability, but it seems that it's actually a swallow ability. It just has a clever way of using it. The piranha has a beast control ability. I guess these last 2 can be sold then. Lionel distracted himself with these thoughts. But he was very soon distracted once again by something less superficial. These swordfish, Lionel had long since realized that these swordfish all seemed to have the same blade-like ability. He had planned to see if there were any powerful ones among them that could help Joel strengthen his own, but what he actually found left him surprised. Visit. For the best no-read-and-ng experience, that you're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.